it's going.
Oh, you have sound there.
Yeah, it's not very loud.
It's not very loud. You can put it. You can push it a little bit. Yeah.
That's fine.
It's not gonna go out.
Was it?
Why am I giving Chinese? Hey, how's it? I'm just if you can get this thing right.
Okay. Let me just stop this quick. Sorry, just go there.
No, it's right. What?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, now my little problem is that this has been streamed.
Yeah.
So I can just stop streaming this thing, eh?
No, you don't
No.
stop.
I know, but I've got to get on here to download videos now.
No, you can still download. You just click mute.
Yeah.
Just mute.
Well, why is it picking us up?
Mijn vrouw.
Yeah, with the cookie. Okay.
Hmm? It's about 2 minutes. He doesn't want to. Isn't he talking to? He would leave it there because someone else is going to. I don't know.
Yeah, it's nice clips though. It's actually quite like I'm sending you something.
Send you something else.
Yeah. Prof Muafi's talk on 4 hour. He's up right after the little bit of a break that we've got. So we've got Hendrix,
So to the
Bayat,
YouTube
then we've got
channel.
the Keynote speaker, which is him.
Yeah.
Alright. Let me. These are the ones.
Do you want
Okay.
coffee?
So there's 3 clips that you can use and stick in anywhere where you need to
You want
wrap
a
up
coffee
time.
bowl?
Alright.
No, I'm fine.
Because my phone is quicker at this point than anything else.
And then
Okay? Yeah. I'm also trying to
The people using headsets or
Conference, streaming live from Pretoria. And the host, so the host is the University of Sefako Mokgotsi. This is how I speak. So, yeah, it went off.
All right.
This is how I speak. Let me read it for you. And we're coming live from the Protea Hotel, Fire and Ice Hotel. Are you happy?
Okay.
Thank you.
Don't change anything that side.
Ucela mkhulu ukuthi ungigcinele ifoni yami. Putluntu. Ngibheke lana na. Hayi, amandla mic phela. Uhlaba kanjani?
Can we kill the mic, please? Can we mute the mic, presenter mic?
Okay. for the IADR virtual conference this year, 2020, hosted by the Sefako Makgato Health Science University in Pretoria. Why is it virtual, you may ask yourself? Well, you are aware that we are facing a global pandemic, which is the COVID-19, and because of this, the university has decided to be compliant and host this beautiful annual event for the 50th time in a row virtually, so that you and I can still enjoy the much richness of the information that we need to understand around the International Association of the Dental Research Congress. My name is Patricia Ntuli, and I'll be your host for today. We'll have an array of guests who are going to be joining us and giving us information around the research that has been done. But not only that, we are going to have 56 oral healthcare practitioners who have submitted a summary of their research in form of oral presentations, in which they will discuss the latest in the cutting-edge technology and methodology of oral healthcare. This now is going to be something very exciting, because we are aware that we are all in the helm of the fourth industrial revolution. And what does this mean? This means that every profession is starting to be disrupted, and this is no different within the IADR. Firstly, I'd like to inform you that there'll be 29 submissions that have been made, and these are via poster and video submissions. And I'd like you to please go to the website www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. Go there throughout the whole program, view the posters and the videos that have been posted by the participating competitors within this cutting-edge technology. And then, towards the end of the day, you'll have the privilege to know who has won. I think this is very exciting, and to all the participants, good luck. Joining me on stage today, we've got Professor Hendricks, who is the CEO and Dean at the School of Oral Health Sciences at the Sefako Makgato Health Science University. He's going to be giving us our welcome address. He's also accompanied by Professor Bayat. Professor Bayat is the president of the International Association of Dental Research South Africa. After that, we are going to have a welcome address by Dr. Christopher Fox, who's going to be talking to us and welcoming us from the IDR and the AADR. We are also joined by Mr. Bonen Muafi, who's the Director General for Technology Innovation, Department of Science and Innovation. He'll be giving us the white paper a bit later. So, brace yourself, take out your notepads, and make sure that you are taking notes, because this conference is going to be one to remember.
Yeah, and I've been asked to do the welcome and introduction for this very important conference that we're having today. Colleagues, as was said earlier, we want to welcome you to our 50th scientific meeting of the IDR South Africa Division. I wish to welcome Professor Mbati in absentia, Vice Chancellor of SMU, Professor Bayat, our President of the IDR South Africa Division and Chair of the Executive Committee, our Program Director, Ms. Patricia Ntuli, Dr. Muafi, who is from the Department of Science and Innovation, other presenters and discussants, colleagues and staff from the SMU School of Oral Health Sciences, and other dental schools and students. This conference presents an opportunity, a great opportunity, for our university to showcase our agility and adaptiveness to the COVID-19 pandemic environment, in which teaching and learning had to continue, but in a total different format. This conference provides for a new format of cost-saving measure since we do not need to travel or accommodation, but on the other hand, requires optimal quality connectivity. It is for this reason that we had to take a decision. Do we host this conference from university, or do we, as university, host utilizing these conference hotel facilities so that we can reach all those who are registered and are currently online? We look forward to a very high-level discussions over the next 2 days, especially as we engage within the COVID-19 pandemic environment and how we need to make changes in academic enterprise and work towards transformation in our deliberations. As chair of the 2020 IDR Local Organizing Committee and dean of the school and CEO of the hospital, we gladly welcome you, and we hope you have a great experience as we together journey on this 4IR wave, which our President Ramaphosa has encouraged all South Africans and entities to engage and take the country forward. I did initially indicate to you that Professor Mbati is in absentia, and unfortunately this morning he had to be taken up at university with a very important meeting. And so I'll just give a few opening remarks in terms of our conference today. This presents a great opportunity for us to explore new avenues of engaging online teaching and learning. As very important too, it encourages the deans to do everything to ease the platform of learning and teaching, to make it very user-friendly for students, ensure that students have laptops, which was a project that our university embarked upon, and all 6,000 students receive laptops. Of course, also the data, and also some of the staff receive laptops and data. Not all, but that's still work in progress. And to implement support systems around students, noting the massive change when we move from contact teaching platforms to online teaching and learning, utilizing blended and multimodal learning. Therefore, this conference presents a great opportunity for closer collaboration, not only between institutions of higher learning, but also bringing in commerce and industry and the private sector as we begin to work as teams, share, and maximize our resources. The other development is that the half-life of enabling systems and structures requiring ongoing amendments and changes in how we think through and construct new knowledge. At the same time, we have been pushed to maximize and activate often latent potential and capacity inherent in the system, which we never required to bring to the fore. The significance of cutting-edge dental research is critical for the service delivery platform, where often many new research questions are generated. The School of Oral Health is situated on the SMU campus, which provides for patients from our communities coming daily onto our campus, which also promotes community linkages for the campus through the engagement, working with patients, giving that experience. And so finally, we know that the pandemic has provided new opportunities where we can showcase our research for the next 2 days, both nationally, internationally, and while at the same time this platform will become a new learning space for engagement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And I think what I learned from that, Professor Hendricks, is the fact that the university, SMU, has not only become compliant for this particular conference, which is the 5th annual conference from the IADR, but also has adjusted quite quickly and rapidly around the COVID-19. I hear you talking about the 6,000 computers and data that you have made available to your students. This is very commendable, and I'm sure that the dentistry is going to become one of those leaders in industry when it comes to 4IR in South Africa, and we do commend you for that. As we continue with the program, let me remind you that we would like you to please go to the website where you'll be able to look at the posters that have been submitted by the 56 professionals who have come up with posters and videos to, for the competition, but to also show and flex their skills during these tough times, but to show that tough times are there to chisel our knowledge. Tough times are there to make us adapt and to change. That's why they're called disruption. And the website you go to is www.smu.ac.za and /IADR/2020. Right now, I'd like to call on stage Professor A. Bayat, who is IADR SA Division President.
Can I start? Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues, my friends, my peers. Welcome to the 50th meeting of the South African Division of the International Association for Dental Research, or IADR as it's more commonly known. Yes, you heard correctly. The 50th edition for the South African Division of the IADR. It's surely a feat, and SMU are very proud, and I am very proud to let them host the 50th Congress as well. On behalf of myself, Ahmed Bayat, the outgoing president, the exco of the IADR, as well as the local organizing committee of SMU, I would like to welcome each and single one of you to this Congress today. I wish to extend a warm welcome to all the participants, the competitors, the attendees, and the guest speakers as well. Wow, 2020 has undoubtedly proven to be a remarkable, unpredictable, and unprecedented year. We have certainly witnessed the unimaginable as the manner in which events have unfolded during the course of this year. And this has been nothing short of incredible. If anyone at last year's IADR Congress had told me that next year's Congress would be held online, would we have even believed them? We would have been laughing and scoffing at their faces. But here we are today, as surreal as it may seem, me talking to all of you and you wherever you may be throughout the country. What we have seen and experienced and witnessed in terms of COVID-19 brings home a very difficult truth. Life as we knew it a year ago has drastically changed. New technologies have necessitated new roles. It has also subsequently encouraged a new set of skills. Various new technologies have been applied in research, in training, and in teaching. Excuse me. It's also subsequently encouraged a new set of skills. Various new technologies have been applied in research, training, and teaching. Thanks. Sorry about this. Have been applied in research, sorry. In keeping with the theme of change and innovation, we also need to be innovative in terms of our conferences. And as a result, here we are today as pioneers, hosting the first ever online IADR Congress in South Africa. The world's response to COVID-19 has resulted in the most rapid transformation of the workplace. While the various changes have been enforced, COVID-19 has been a catalyst to reinvent the future of work and management. Teaching and training of our students has had to undergo a complete transformation in order to keep up with the ever-changing impact of COVID-19. This year, 2020, will fondly be known by terms, or will fondly be remembered by names such as social distancing, lockdown, online teaching, and has resulted in us being catapulted forward, embracing fast-tracking trends such as automation, digitalization, and innovation. Coming back to the IADR, the aim of the IADR Congress was, and always will be, to provide a safe and friendly platform for promising and experienced academics in the field of oral health. The purpose of which is to create a gathering of both students and staff to present and share their research and foster collaborations between researchers in order to facilitate future research projects. I am certain that these objectives will be achieved during this Congress, and this Congress will go down in history as the first of its kind in an ever-changing landscape that we find ourselves in. Having looked at today's program, I'm comforted to see the variety of research projects that are being undertaken. It gives me a sense of reassurance and comfort, knowing that our academics, our staff, and our students, both postgraduate and undergraduate, are undertaking relevant and appropriate research that has the ability to improve the lives of our communities. For those who don't know, the IADR offers both under and postgraduate students the opportunity to participate in the Colgate competitions. These competitions offer huge financial incentives for the winners and even allows for the postgraduate student to present or represent South Africa next year in Boston. At this point, I must take a second to thank Colgate for the continued and unwavering support that they have provided us over the years for these two competitions. So, there are incentives. We need to just stimulate our student research, and as supervisors, we need to motivate our students to ensure they complete their research and enter into these competitions. Having said all the good, there's always something that is bad. One issue that we need to discuss is the lack of undergraduate research that is being presented at our congresses. I know it's a tough year for all of us, but as academics, we need to pledge our support and to motivate our undergraduates to follow through with their protocols to completion, in the process to create budding researchers that will continue to carry the research baton forward within the South African and even the international context. Another concern, as you are well aware, is the dwindling number of members registered with the IADR. Yes, I agree the membership fees are high, but fortunately we have had constructive meetings with the deans of the dental schools, and they have agreed to put plans in place to try and assist staff members with their membership fees. In addition, the South African Dental Association members also qualify for a partial refund on their membership fees, and hence I urge all academics to renew the membership with the IADR and enjoy the many benefits that IADR has to offer. Lastly, for the IADR to prosper and grow, we must be more inclusive. We need to include members of all the dental professions into the IADR. When I looked at the list, I was very glad to see that there are so many hygienists, technicians, dental therapists, even dental assistants who registered to participate in this Congress. I would like to extend an invitation to academics in institutions that train the technicians and the assistants to join the IADR Exco and be part of the IADR family. We would like to see presentations and participation from all oral health professionals in future IADR Congresses. My sincere thanks goes out to all the attendees, presenters, deans of the dental schools, and of course our sponsors for making this Congress a reality. I would also like to thank Professor Hendricks, the Dean of SMU, as well as his local organizing committee for all the effort and time they have put into organizing this meeting, given the limited time and the constraints that we were under. It has truly been a privilege and an honor to serve you as your president of the South African division of the IADR for the past 2 years. My sincerest thanks goes out to my fellow members of the executive committee, including the past IADR presidents, who were always available to assist and provide continued support and encouragement throughout my term of office. I would also like to reassure you the new IADR Exco will be walking in this evening, and they are more than competent to carry the IADR baton forward. So, let's relax, enjoy today's presentations, take part in the discussions, and let us use this time constructively to collaborate and revive oral health research in South Africa and the continent at large. Good luck to all the competitors and all the presenters that are with us today. Thank you for your time.
Before you leave the podium, Professor, you know, I'm very glad that you've mentioned the fact that the IADR is geared at fostering a friendly environment between professionals and students. And we know that majority of our viewers today and our participants in the conference are students. I'd like you to please perhaps take us through the membership issue. As you mentioned that membership fees are the ones that might be putting people off, but the benefits should far outweigh the fees. So maybe take us through those benefits that you receive as a member of the IADR.
Okay, so firstly, as a student, the membership is free. You don't need to pay any membership fee. It's a reduced membership fee, and the universities usually cover the cost. So for undergraduate and postgraduate students, it's a reduced membership fee. Unfortunately, as a South African division, we cannot dictate the membership fees. That is dictated by the mother body, and we fall under middle income category of a country, and as a result, we have to pay that fee. The benefits, like you said, are surely outweigh the membership fees. You have access to the Journal of Dental Research on a monthly basis. You have access to all the congresses that are taking place throughout the world. You also have access to various collaborative discussions. So if you have a niche area in, say, a particular part in dentistry, there are various niche categories which you could apply to and then be part of that discussion forum. This discussion forum shares knowledge, shares information, allows you to collaborate with other researchers, exposes you to research in other countries as well. So just for that kind of interaction and the journal, I think it's a lot more buck than you bargained for.
Excellent. And for the young professionals right now who are saying, wow, I want to become part of the IADR. I want to come to every conference because this conference is one to remember. After all, you made mention that this year, being the 50th annual conference, the buzzwords are social distancing, the buzzwords are masks, the buzzwords are sanitizing. But obviously, the new buzzword for those in the dental industry is the IADR right now and this prestigious conference. How can you encourage them to just make sure that they stay put and they don't deter because of the circumstances that we are facing?
Okay, so as academics and as teaching institutions, we need to ground the students very well and inform them about the importance of research. The research continuously updates our profession. If we stop doing research and we stop being innovative, our profession as a whole will die down. So we need budding researchers to carry this baton forward. So within our undergraduate program, we need to include research modules, which I know most of the dental schools are doing, but we need to follow them up through fruition. As we've said, there are 4 dental schools in the country, yet there's only 1 undergraduate researcher. And this is an advertisement for us as academics that we need to focus more on our undergrads. I know we have very trying times, but we need to focus more on the undergrads so that we can improve research outputs.
Professor, thank you so very much, and we are looking forward to engaging with you more. I'm going to also remind everyone who's tuned in, logged in, all those fingers, I know you want to ask your questions. It's not my platform, it's our platform, so ask your questions, young professionals. This is the WhatsApp number that you are going to use. We still have Professor Hendricks, Professor Iadr, and a lot of other guests who are going to be joining us. Take down this number so that you can ask your questions via WhatsApp to our panelists here today. The number is 064 656 0131. 064 656 0131. Let me also remind you about the website where you can view all the posters and the videos that we'll be looking at a bit later on during the presentations. And the website is www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. It is also on the screen, so make sure that you are taking those details from there. Professor Iadr, thank you so very much for joining us. We've got a small token of appreciation to you. Professor Hendricks, over to you.
Professor Iadr, thank you very much for
Thank
the
you.
presentation.
Thank you, Prof.
And on behalf of the SMU School of Oral Health Sciences, we appreciate what you have shared with us. Thank you for the term of office that you served, and thank you for the example that you set.
Thank you very
set
much,
the
Prof.
standard very high, you benchmarked, and we hope to follow in your steps.
Thank you.
Very
Thanks
much.
for your vote of confidence as well, Prof. Thank you. Thank you to the SMU LOC as well. Thanks.
Right now, I'd like us to take a short time to view an insert from Wright Milners. And straight after that, we're going to be having the welcome address from Dr. Christopher Fox.
Team, Dr. Muafi, Deputy Director General for Technology Innovation, Department of Sciences and Technology, the local organizing committee, all the staff and students of the dental schools of South Africa, and especially to Professor Stephen Hendricks, Dean of the School of Oral Health Sciences of Smu Iadr Health Sciences University. Welcome, and it is my pleasure to be with you here this morning to welcome you to the 50th anniversary of the IADR South African Division Conference being held virtually this year at Smu Iadr Health Sciences University. I also understand that tomorrow you will be joined by the Honorable Minister of Health, Dr. Zweli Mkhize, and the Honorable Minister of Health, Higher Education and Training, and the Chairperson of the Ministerial Advisory Committee on COVID-19, Professor Salim Karim. Please extend my warm greetings to those honorable individuals as well. I bring greetings not only from the IADR Global Headquarters, but also from the IADR Board of Directors, as well as the IADR President, Professor Pamela Denveston. I understand she has a scientific presentation that was pre-recorded that will be presented later in this conference, and I'm sure that will be very enlightening indeed. I thought I would just briefly review some of the challenges we've had in 2020, not that you are not aware of them here at this virtual conference. But 2020, as many of you know, is our centennial year for IADR. We were founded by William J. Guys on December 10th, 1920. We were planning a grand celebration, if you will, at the IADR General Session in March of this year in Washington, D.C., and that, of course, had to be canceled due to the coronavirus pandemic. Now, unlike yourselves, at this 50th anniversary meeting, our cancellation happened so close to the meeting, we had no opportunity to present anything virtually. So I congratulate you again on pulling together this meeting in relatively short order in a virtual format. But because we were unable to present anything virtually, the meeting had to be canceled, we did spend the following weeks and months capturing some of that content that would have been presented at the general session. We were able to record 2 of the centennial plenary sessions. We were able to record 2 of the Distinguished Lecture Series speakers, as well as many of the symposia. All of that content is available on our IADR CE On Demand website at iadr.org, and I would encourage you to review that website. In addition to the scientific content, we wanted to honor and recognize the winners of the various awards and competitions that happened typically in an IADR recognized at the opening ceremonies. We put that together in a video recognizing the 17 distinguished scientists, for instance, winners of the IADR Hatton competition, other awards, including the IADR Centennial Emerging Leader Awards. That's part of that opening ceremony video as well. I would encourage you to view that. So after we got all that content available for our members, we turned to how do we operate in this virtual environment going forward? Well, first and foremost, we were interested in what we could do for the current pandemic. So we have a COVID-19 resource page on the iadr.org website where we're collecting information that is relevant to dental, oral, and craniofacial researchers, not only for the practice of oral health care, but the science of the coronavirus in terms of how it infects and is potentially transmissible within the oral cavity and the saliva glands. So we've captured a number of publications on that resource page. Publications that have come in through our own journals, the Journal of Dental Research, and the JDR Clinical Translational Research, as well as other journals.
Okay, what about the Christopher
The
Fox?
nice thing about this pandemic, it's brought this
Where's the right
together
number?
in terms of everything is available, open access, free
Okay, so I already
subscriptions,
introduced, okay.
paywalls, if you will. So all of that is available on
Okay.
our COVID-19 resource
Then
page.
you're going to present more.
In addition, our American division, the American
And he's a
Association of
doctor,
Research,
right? Because
held
here it's
a,
Mr. here it's doctor.
COVID-19
And I
webinar
heard him say
series.
doctor.
Very interesting.
So he's
I
a
would
doctor.
encourage you to view
Okay.
that as well, both on the science of coronavirus and the response from the dental community and what the research questions are going forward. The AADR also pulled together a research agenda for COVID-19, and we shared that with the major funder of dental and craniofacial research in the United States, the National Institute of Dental and Craniofacial Research. And they took that to heart and are now funding some studies, not only that came ideas from our membership, but others as well. And they are a major funder of coronavirus research within the dental, oral, and craniofacial research community. So there's that available. Beyond that, we wanted to provide tools for our members to continue to connect, given that we can't meet in person for the most part for the rest of 2020 as it turns out. But we have now launched the IADR community. So those of you who are IADR members, I hope you've logged on to the IADR community and have seen how powerful of a tool that is. It allows our members to network throughout the year. And initially it was launched in August as one large IADR community. Then you could join several different discussion threads of topics of interest, not only related to COVID-19, but across dental, oral, and craniofacial research. And we have more recently launched sub-communities within the IADR community related to the scientific groups and networks. So for instance, if you're a member of the dental materials group, you can go to the sub-community in the IADR community for just dental materials, and you can converse and share ideas, collaborate, network with other dental material scientists. In addition, some of the scientific groups and networks are posting some of the webinars that they have done over the last several months on the IADR community. For instance, the Behavioral Epidemiologic and Health Services Research Group held a summit a few weeks ago, and that is available through the IADR community as well. The Global Oral Health Inequalities Research Network has also been hosting a series of webinars, and they are posting those webinars on their IADR community sub-site within their network. So I would encourage you to view that. Finally, there's a lot of planning that's going into what we do in 2021. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know exactly what's going to happen in 2021, when we'll be able to go back to quote-unquote normal or not. So what we're doing is first of all, we've altered the 2021 meeting, where the original plan was to have an AADR meeting in Boston in March and then an IADR meeting in China in June. We knew it was just too much to try to have two large meetings in 1 year when we didn't know exactly when we would be able to get back together again for an in-person meeting. So we postponed the China meeting from 2021 to 2022, and we also moved the March 2021 meeting to July of 2021 and made that the international meeting. So if you go onto our website right now, you will see that the IADR General Session for 2021 is July 21 through 24 in Boston, Massachusetts. The important difference between that we're launching at this 2021 meeting is it's going to be a hybrid meeting. So you can attend the meeting and you can present your science either in person if you're able to get to Boston in July, or you can present virtually or attend virtually. So this gives us much more capacity than we had earlier this year in 2020. If we do need to turn on a dime and not have any in-person component, we'll be able to have a meeting still virtually. But our hope is, of course, that we can still have the in-person component in Boston in July, and we'll be able to have many more colleagues around the world join us who might not have been able to join us either due to COVID-19 restrictions that may still apply in July, we're not sure, or for other reasons. There's lots of reasons why some of our members are unable to get to the general session due to the cost of the airfare or hotels, travel funds. We know that the universities have been hit hard by COVID-19, and we know travel funds are going to be hard to come by in 2021 as well. So we think it's important, and we think that's our future, even once we get past this pandemic with effective vaccines and treatments, that this is the world we live in now, and we're always going to be able to have much more of a virtual component to our meetings and get beyond just having in-person meetings. So I guess if there's a silver lining to this, that's it. We've really learned how to cooperate and network virtually across scientific groups and disciplines, across countries, across continents. So again, I congratulate you on your 50th anniversary of the South African Division Conference. It looks outstanding. I wish I could be there in person, and if I was, Professor Hendricks would be able to correct the pronunciations I have of South African names. I apologize in advance if I have mispronounced anybody's name or recognized anybody incorrectly. I do apologize for that. Had a wonderful time when the IADR General Session was in Cape Town in 2014, and really hope that the IADR can get back to the African continent, if not South Africa, sometime in the near future. I wish you all the best for your conference, and I hope to see you again in 2021, either in person or virtually. Thank you.
Well, that was CEO of the IDR and AADR, Dr. Christopher Fox. And one of the things that I think is very important and critical for us to note from his welcome address is the fact that this is the centenary celebration for the South African division of the IADR. So it is a big occasion. 2020 is going to be a year to remember indeed. And since it's a big occasion, it's happening virtually. My goodness, so many different changes, so many great things. We did also hear him mention that there's a lot of content that we should be very aware of and we should tap into and take advantage of. So make sure that you go into the website iadr.org to get that content, because I'm sure it's going to help you as you progress within your academics or in your profession within the dentistry industry. Now it is with great pleasure for me to introduce and welcome our guest speaker, our keynote speaker. Dr. Bonen Muafi is the guest speaker. He's also the Deputy Director General for Technology and Innovation for the Department of Science and Innovation. He's held numerous positions, and I'm going to go through it just so you understand why he has been asked to become the keynote speaker today. He's going to be talking around the white paper and 4IR, something quite critical for us to know so that we are able to adapt in these changing times. He has been a DDG for International Cooperation and Resources, and also has held several positions at the Department of Science and Technology, including being Chief Director, International Resources, and Director for Strategic Partnerships, and Director for Global Projects. So, without further ado, let us welcome Dr. Muafi, who's going to be taking us through the technology innovation and the Department of Science and Innovation, and let us know what's been going on. Remember, you can send your WhatsApps to 064656 03131. Ask your questions. This is going to be a very interesting segment right now, and I'd love to hear from you. Send those WhatsApps. Also go to the website www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. Thank you very much for joining us, Professor Mufe, Dr. Mufe, that is.
Thank you so much. Ms. Patricia Ntuli, and I also want to acknowledge of Professor Hendricks, who's the Dean and the CEO of the School of Oral Health Sciences and the university's hospital division of the Oral Health Sciences. Professor Bayat is the president of the South African division of IADR, and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased today to have joined you. I have been trying to figure out what I have done to earn myself this gig, but I'm excited to be here, and I do hope that whatever I'm going to say and do today is going to keep me on this high table of engagement with yourselves. So I'm going to be speaking about the white paper, and with the white paper also aspects around the fourth industrial revolution. And what I think is crucial for us to do is understand why have we really embarked on developing a white paper, or why is it even necessary for us to do that? And the reality is that in South Africa, the previous white paper was developed in 1996, which is some 20 odd years ago. And there has really been a lot of changes, both in terms of technological and also socially. There has been a lot of changes. We also know that the state of knowledge and innovation systems has actually changed globally. And one of the things that has happened over the past couple of years has been the adoption by very many science systems of what we call the National System of Innovation, which basically appreciates the need for the various stakeholders that make the science system to actually work closely with one another. So what you probably also need to know is that there are indeed a lot of drivers that either want us to swim with the wave, and if we don't, they push us to swim with the wave. And those changes are different. They could be geopolitical, where we're beginning to see a lot of changes globally. And a lot of what we used to know as the normal way of doing things just being thrown into disarray. And that also has got implications for science, technology, and innovation. The huge demographic shifts, and in some instances we've got a young and a bulging population that is coming out, as is the case with Africa. And then in other instances we've got an old population which is not properly being replaced by the younger generation. And that in itself has got its own challenges. And those challenges are not only social, but they are also technological. We are also seeing that there's a lot of tension around the issue of resources. Whether you talk about energy, you talk about food, you talk about land. And the unfortunate thing is that a whole lot of those are actually not being replenished as we use them. So the size of the earth has remained the same since it was. It's not growing with the population as it grows. And that also has got implications in terms of how much land do we have for habitation? How much land do we have for food production? And how much land do we have for just sheer economic growth and development of infrastructure that we need? And as a result of that, we are seeing that there is a lot of environmental deterioration that comes with it. But most critically, the rapid technological change. And today we talk about the fourth industrial revolution. Now, when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, there have been people who have actually wanted to insulate themselves from these technological changes, thinking that insulating yourself helps you to preserve the kind of life you're living. But unfortunately, if you go to ask the dinosaur, if you were to find them, they will tell you that when you can't change, you actually go extinct. And this is really no different to our world today. When we don't change, we get left behind, and in the process of being left behind, we actually are going to become modern-day slaves, because that's really what technology drives us into. Now, the fourth industrial revolution, although many want to have us believe that it is about IT, it is not about IT, but it is about the convergence of a whole range of technologies, IT is included. But we are beginning to see that today there is an appreciation that what drives the world to be what it is, it's not physics, it is not chemistry, it is not life sciences, but it is about how those sciences converge to bring on board enhanced life experiences to everyone. So if I have to make a prediction here, I would say every one of us that are sitting here or that are watching me or listening have got some mobile device of sort. And within that mobile device, there is a convergence of so many technologies. As I stand here talking to you, there is something that is monitoring how much energy I'm expending in the form of calories, and how many times a day have I been active, and as a result, how does that impact my health? And from my health, how does that impact my insurance? How does my insurance look at my level of activity, which they are getting from a gadget that I'm having, and decide that we need to charge him this much per month because he's either a risk or he's not a risk. This is the fourth industrial revolution, and this is the convergence of technologies. And the more we begin to appreciate that even when we talk about dentistry, you're not talking about teeth. And I appreciate the fact that you have actually called your faculty or your school, professor, the School of Oral Hygiene. Because it's not just the teeth. It's so much that comes that just having a tooth that is problematic gives you other problems that need to be dealt with. And those problems impact on other aspects of your health. So it is really quite important that we begin to then say that the issue of the fourth industrial revolution and the convergence is not something that we can only talk about and forget that it actually impacts what we do and how we do things. It needs to impact how you today, the professors that are sitting here, supervise your students and make sure that whatever they're going to be bringing onto the table as the outcomes of their research, the papers that have been produced here, that you are going to appreciate that some of them will probably be so unconventional from how dentistry was 20 years ago, simply because we are in a new era. So there's really a lot of changes, and those changes are actually impacting even on the world of work. We have heard about how much has changed today. This conference is being attended by more than the people that I'm having here in this particular room. And this is again a demonstration of the fact that without just catching this wave, you completely get left behind. And the period of catching up could actually be a long one or never. So there is a lot that we need to begin to consider about even this field of research in terms of how do we locate it in the aspect of the management of a healthy society. Because what we need to appreciate is that when we talk about economic growth, there is no economy that grows which is being driven by sick people. Economies are driven by healthy people. And when we begin to attend through science and technology development to the healthy needs of a population, we are also enabling that population to be a productive population. So let me also highlight to you, as a department, when we talk about health and health innovation in the fourth industrial revolution, what are the aspects of research that we're looking at? Firstly, of course, we're looking at new and improved therapeutics and drug delivery systems. So this whole thing that people will wake up and take a whole bowl of tablets because you are having to deal with diabetes, you're having to deal with blood pressure, you're having to deal with your other health issues. And we need to begin to look at the newer ways in which drug delivery systems can actually be enhanced. And I'm quite pleased that today, as I stand here, one of the announcements that have been made, I think that was quite on the media yesterday, is the issue of one of the drugs that is going to help people in terms of the vaccine in terms of HIV prevention, where instead of people waking up and taking a tablet or whatever on a daily basis, then one such injection once in 8 weeks is going to do the trick. And these are really the thinking about when we look at technology development, what are the new method of drug delivery systems are we looking at? And we need to move to a point where, in order to also promote the issue of compliance to the drug regimes, you can actually have a person take a drug once and they take the next one next year. And the system find ways in which it can release that to manage your ailment. New vaccines and other biologicals, that's one area that is very crucial. And the new and improved diagnostics as well as medical devices. And one of the challenges here, when we talk about the cost of treatment, a lot of people will talk about how costly it is to deal with issues of oral hygiene. And one of the things is, how do we really work towards developing new devices that are not only going to be affordable, but they are going to also improve access? Because access is one of the big challenges that we have to deal with. What is the level of access to oral hygiene services to a person who is here compared to a person who is in a rural village somewhere? And we need to be very worried about these issues of access and inclusivity, because science and technological advancement are supposed to be inclusive, to create an inclusive and equilibrium to make sure that everybody has access. Then the issue of human behavior. Now, we cannot deal with issues of health without dealing with how human being behaves. You know, when we talk even about the outbreak of COVID, the biggest danger is not with the virus, but it's with human behavior. How we behave is quite crucial. So we therefore need to make sure that when we talk about the fourth industrial revolution, it's not about machines, but it's about even how those machines interface with people and with people's behaviors as well. Because if we don't bring that human element into what we do, then science, technology, and innovation will actually not take us to where we're supposed to go. So it is therefore quite important that when we look at doing what we're doing, one, we need to understand that there is what we call the innovation value chain. So there is the basic research, which is where you study to just understand how certain things work, you know, and from there we need to then say, beyond what we can produce as knowledge around publications, papers, and patents, etc., how do we make sure that the knowledge that we generate can actually be utilized to create value, both economically and socially, so that as a country and as a continent, we can also be able to produce products that are underlined by science and technology that we can be able to even export to make our economy grow. So as a result, we need to really begin to see in positioning the oral health system of the future. Some of it will entail that there needs to be new enterprises, new small companies that come into being. And these companies are the companies that are going to be run by some of the students that you are currently supervising. And they need to be able to appreciate what the world of the future is going to look like. So I therefore want to say, as we look into engaging today, let us really appreciate that the work that we're doing is not really just about academic endeavor. Science can never just be for the sake of doing it. Even those who despise the scientific studies because they don't appreciate what they do. We hear people talking about, why do you study worms? Why do you study insects? Why do you study mosquitoes? Why do you study? And the reality is, and I always say, when you have forensic investigators who are able to be directed as to whether in instances that are said where sometimes people get killed and are dumped somewhere, they are able to predict and tell whether the person was killed there or dragged there or dropped there because of the kind of the ho-hos that you find in that environment. And had we not had scientists who had studied how these hohos behave, you will never be able to solve a crime. And this is really where, when you connect the dots around science, then you realize that there is no useless knowledge. All knowledge is useful. And therefore, as we go out and do science and create and generate knowledge, the important thing is that we also need to be able to understand how we can translate that into knowledge that can be utilized to ensure that we become a successful economy. So I therefore am quite excited that you have given me this opportunity to come and talk to you. I have also shared the presentation, and one of the things that we are doing as well is, as a department, science has to be funded. What kind of funding instruments do we avail to make sure that science happens? And we all know about the National Research Foundation grants, we all know about research chairs, we all know about centers of excellence. I don't recall seeing any centers of excellence in oral hygiene. I'm not sure, I haven't seen any. And I do think that we need to probably begin to think about what can we actually do and have as a flagship research program in the area of oral health, where we can say, this is really a project that is going to help us come with recommendations that can make ours a better country. Besides the fact that when the teeth are great, it's great to really smile. But there's really a whole aspect of health which we need to look at. So I do think that we need to also take advantage of those opportunities and see how we can have programs that enable us to do high impact health research in the area of oral hygiene. Over the past couple of years, I've worked on the establishment of what we call the Innovation Fund. And this year we received an allocation of about 1.5 billion rand over a period of 3 years. And this is really looking at how we can support the commercialization of research outcomes. And again, I want to put a challenge to say, what is it that is coming out of our research that we see, either in terms of leading us to development of new medical equipments in the area of oral hygiene? What is it that is there? So that we can really find ways of saying, can we use some of our instruments to support that towards commercialization? Because I refuse to accept that there isn't good research that is happening in this space. There's a lot of good research, but I just think we just need to be able to say, let's identify some, let's work with our offices of technology transfer to register those patents, to indicate what of the work that we have done do we think is worth protecting. We've got our National Intellectual Property Management Office that we can assist you in terms of doing these things. And I'm quite sure that I know that we have established offices of technology transfer in every single university in this country. So let us make sure that we visit those offices to get assistance on how to protect the IP, on how to even move towards exploiting or utilizing that IP to benefit society and our economy. I hope that we'll be able to also engage outside of this meeting, but from my side, I am wishing you the best as we continue to engage during this period of the 50th scientific meeting of the International Association of Dental Research. And to Sefako Mahato University, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muafi. Before you leave the podium, we've got some questions here that were sent by our viewers and our participants of the conference, so I'll go through them. And for those who want to still send the questions, you may do so for any of the speakers that we've had and the speakers we're about to have, or even around the conference. The number is 064 656 0131 064 656 0131. You can ask your questions and give us your comments there. And you can also go to the website www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. The first WhatsApp question that we received says, in our society, with all its iniquities, vis-a-vis, and around education, technology, science, history, etc., how do we begin to level the playing field to bring or use 4IR to innovate in the healthcare, especially around oral health, to improve oral health for the general? Does the white paper provide some insight into this?
Thanks very much. I think one of the things that I've mentioned here was that the white paper has taken into consideration where the world is going today. And one of the things that we have indicated, and those who are going to have an opportunity to go through the slides, you see, I have mentioned something called precision medicine. And I think perhaps we should just call it precision health. And that's really where we are starting to see the role of understanding, for example, of human genetics and how that interfaces with the aspect of data, big data. Because, for example, if I go to visit a dentist, there's got to be data about whatever challenges I have dentally, whatever challenges I have in other spheres of health, and that data must actually be able to help the dentist who I'm visiting to decide on how to help me. So it's not just a matter of I'm coming there and they say ha, and then they see what they see there and decide to give me a treatment, but they need to be able to incorporate even data that comes from somewhere and say what you are experiencing today and what you are likely to experience in future is actually being driven by your genetics or by what you have been eating or whatever lifestyle you have. And basically the 4IR is just that appreciation of the fact that we can no longer, whether you're talking about oral hygiene or you're talking about physics or chemistry in their standalone form, that you cannot just do those things without looking at how they impact on or they are impacted upon by other kind of sciences. And as I said, including just the human sciences. So the fourth industrial revolution is what we have in mind even as we establish and develop the white paper. So that's why we have also, as part of the paper, established what we call the Converging Technologies Platform. This is a platform of research, technology development and commercialization, where we're looking at how we can look beyond the science and the discipline, but look at the solutions that are brought together by the different science and the disciplines coming together. So the fourth industrial revolution is basically going to be what drives everything. It's really about how we don't have a silo mentality, but we begin to open up and appreciate the other sciences, soft, light, heavy, natural, human, etc.
The next question from our SMS line asks, how do we deal with the lack of infrastructure in rural areas, and how do we advance use of technology if there is a need to do so?
So how do we advance the use of technology, especially in the rural areas? One of the advantages that I have here as I stand is that I'm also responsible for space sciences research. And one of the things that we have done very well, even as a continent, is the issue of leapfrogging in technology. Now, while it is important to have the typical brick and mortar infrastructure, today it's very crucial for us to have cyber infrastructure in place. And here we're talking about, for example, if you want to talk about connectivity, which is the biggest challenge around especially rural areas, and having them really be at par with some of the access that we have in the urban areas. It's the issue of connectivity. And you don't necessarily have to lay the fiber in the rural village, but through the deployment of satellites, communication satellites, we are able to bring modern and fast and 24/7 coverage for such kind of infrastructure into rural areas. Now, the second aspect is the issue that I've been dealing with last week when I was invited by some royal group in Limpopo, is the issue of education. Now, I give an example. You got the best science, maths and science school in South Africa is Mbiwi, rural, whatever. And I'm saying, if there is Mbiwi here and 2 kilometers apart there's another school whose maths results are not good, why can't we just beam the teaching from Mbiwi to that school using technology? It's not rocket science. It's very simple. And I think so one of the things is the infrastructure that is required to enable us to do some of the things. In some instances, it's not really that difficult to implement. We just need to have the will and the innovation and the thinking. I always say, don't think out of the box. Think as if the box is not there, because there is no box. So if we really begin to think that in that manner, then we are going to realize that if you've got a good science lecture that is being given somewhere, you can easily beam it. We are seeing it now. I'm talking to hundreds of people. I'm here. And in the same manner, for example, we get the infrastructure right, communications, and as I said, you don't need to be fiber. We can deploy satellites. That actually helps us to connect. I mean, we're deploying, in some instances, energy solutions like solar, where we sit here and we can actually monitor what is happening in a deployment that is happening in a rural area in KwaZulu-Natal or in Mpumalanga. So again, cyber connectivity is going to be quite crucial in making sure that a lot of things that require infrastructure are actually dealt with.
We've got more questions here, Dr. Muafi, so I'm sure you are strong enough, since that device you are using is detecting that this is activity, right?
Yes.
I'm going to keep you on your feet for a while. And just so we make sure that we keep him on his feet for a while, he's here, he's our keynote speaker, he's Dr. Muafi. He is going to give us all his time and his information. He's strong enough to stand, so send those WhatsApps. And let me remind you, my WhatsApp number is simply 064 656 0131. Send that WhatsApp to us and let us address your questions. Now, the next question here is also around the white paper. It asks, does the white paper provide guidelines to the ethics related to the use of artificial intelligence programs? I think this is very important, because at the end of the day, a lot of human beings, as much as you've mentioned, Doctor, that human behavior is very critical as we move forward when it comes to science and technology. But what about the ethics?
And that's really the most crucial question when we talk about technological development. And one of the provisions that we make is the reason why we have made sure that when we talk about convergence of technologies, we also are talking about the human aspect and the issues of ethics. Now, let me, I've talked earlier about the data that is being collected as I stand here. Now, who does that belong to? So somebody knows I do 10,000 steps every day. They know that I go to the gym. They know that I, do all sorts of things. I don't drink, I don't smoke, and they actually even know that if I give my car to somebody else, my insurance is going to call me and say, who's driving your car? Because they know it's not me. Whose data is that? And who does it actually make rich? And those are some of the very critical questions around the issues of ethics. Because if the same information that is being collected by my insurance is given to another insurance. We know the story of some insurance companies that were fighting over data. But is that data theirs? If you give your blood and it's analyzed, and on the basis of that analysis, a pharmaceutical company develops an effective drug, who benefits? So the issues of ethics are quite crucial on the new white paper. We don't have the answers. And we are basically saying, unlike being caught up by the third industrial revolution, you know the way the third industrial revolution caught everybody? Was that we wake up, even today, countries world over are still figuring out, how do we regulate social media? How do we regulate what people do with Facebook, etc.? That's the third industrial revolution. But people are still, policymakers are still chasing it because we have been left behind. And the issue around the fourth industrial revolution is that now we need to begin to think about what are the ethical considerations around the fourth industrial revolution. When you go into hospital and it is known that I'm 50 years old and there's a 30-year-old here and suffering from this and this, if a machine has to decide who to actually save, what are the ethics involved there? So I think we really have that as part of, and I think that we are going to really push to have the issue around ethics as a research focus looking into fourth industrial revolution is actually taken care of, because there's just so much today that we basically are just figuring as you go. But I'm pleased to say that we have indeed, when we established the Convergent Technology Platform, which is part of the white paper implementation, we have clearly said that we need to look at issues around policies and ethics of the fourth industrial revolution.
Very critical and very important. And I've got another question here. It says, thank you, Dr. Muafi. How can we position dentistry in the setting of 4IR revolution so that we stay relevant and can transition with the new coming 5IR? My goodness. So, Doctor, hearing that there's a coming 5IR, already I'm rattling in my heels, because the 4IR is something that I'm still trying to grasp. So how can dentistry make sure that they're kept in the helm as the transitioning happens?
So the one critical thing is everything is about learning. And my take is that we need to now understand and improve the way we learn. And while in many ways, when I was being taught to become what I am, there used to be a teacher who comes and tells you what things are, and you take them as they are. And you couldn't argue with it. And then it reaches a point where you could not tell learners what things are, but things as you understand them. And now we need to appreciate that even our education system needs to move to where we appreciate that. Now we don't have teachers or lecturers. We have learning facilitators, and there's a huge difference between them. When you've got learning facilitators, it means that there is somebody who is facilitating the learning, and that learning is not necessarily coming from the one source, which is the teacher or the lecturer. Because if you are a first-year lecturer, there probably is somebody, and I know that we don't want to appreciate that, there's somebody who is more intelligent than the lecturer who's sitting there. And we need to appreciate that those people must be allowed to teach. They must be allowed to be part of that exchange of knowledge. And this is really where we begin to move into 5IR. Because 5 Industrial Revolution, as is the fourth, is about me as a Deputy Director General understanding that the Chief Director and the Director and the Deputy Director in my division have got a lot to teach me and to tell me. And I am there to provide leadership as and when it's necessary. I ask the questions, they refine their thinking, and then we can progress. Because when people started to talk about mobile telephony many years ago, it was just not impossible. Without a wire, you can't. You just needed something that is visible. So when we really look at how we need to get ready for the 5th Industrial Revolution, it's the issue of open-mindedness. Because a closed mind wants to keep things as they are. And an open mind will allow you to think that things can actually become something. And that is really where today we sit and we have meetings, and that now we even talk about things like virtual reality and stuff like that, where I'm sitting here and I can actually be taken into a 50-story building and I feel like I'm gonna fall because this is what I'm seeing. It's real. And that kind of experience is what is brought about by us just allowing the thinking to go beyond who is the lecturer and who's the teacher. So I can tell you that the people who are developing those things, they are not necessarily professors, they could be professors, but it's basically some guys, some of them, their trousers are up to here, they got no time for anybody, they want to work 1 hour a day, but openness means that you appreciate that it is what they bring with their brains that is going to take us forward. So the youth, which is really a huge dividend in society, we need to appreciate and build them, because that's where the new ideas come from. I mean, I have got all the gadgets that I have, but I can tell you that a lot of what I learn on my iPad and my iPhone, it comes from my 10-year-old son. I don't know why I learned it, but he's the one who's going to tell me, no, man, when you want to do this, this is how you do it. And these are the people that when we allow them, they are going to take us forward. Don't expect me to be the messenger or the one who's going to bring you the 5th Industrial Revolution. I won't. Thank you.
All right, and it's good to know, especially I think the students are already like, I hope our professors and our lecturers understand when we rock up and our uniform is not crisp and our pants are sagging, because this is who we are. Please take note, lecturers, take note, professionals, take note, all the professors, that it is the youth who are key to this 4IR. So allow them to be, but obviously within the right confines. And there's a challenge you put out to us, Dr. Muafi, and I think I saw Dr. Hendricks, Professor Hendricks and Professor Bayat nodding their head as you started. You gave us a huge task that you have not as yet seen, a high-impact research flagship program for oral health in South Africa. And you've also mentioned that we need to start registering our IPs and also making sure that we commercialize them. On that note, please just reiterate before you leave the podium on how important this is. And I'm sure after when we have a break, yourself and Professor Bayat and Professor Hendricks are going to have a lengthy discussion so that in next year's conference, we will be sitting here and we'll be talking about progress.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Look, when we talk about how we are going to develop and progress, scientific research is very crucial. We're going to be driving this world into all forms of evolutions and revolutions. We are not going to do that without research and development. And I really want to reiterate that let's really look at, I have been in the space of scientific research, technology management for more than 20 years. And when I say I haven't seen something, it means I haven't seen it. I was, for many years in the 90s, the manager of the Technology and Human Resources for Industry program called THRIP. I moved into the Department of Science and Technology, which is now Department of Science and Innovation. I have led all sorts of programs in international cooperation. I'm now doing technology innovation, and the reality is, if you ask me about a flagship research program in any of the other areas, I'm going to tell you. But I doubt it is out of my ignorance that I don't know of a flagship research program in the area of oral hygiene. So you are free to convince me otherwise. Thank you.
More than just convincing, I think everyone should be free to put heads together and make sure that that flagship happens. 2020 should mark that. And it's time for us to give you a token of our appreciation. Professor Hendricks, thank you very much.
Dr. Muafi, thank you very much for your inspiring and challenging paper. Clearly, you have stimulated us to think broadly, to think progressively, and we will be back with you in terms of the challenges you put to us, in terms of the centers of excellence and the innovation. I to my colleagues nodding their heads, they've got ideas already for you. So I'm sure during discussion they will raise that with you. Thank you very much again, and thank you for the way you've taken us forward in the scientific rigor that you apply. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Well, the challenge is out. Professionals, the challenge is out. Within this IADR 50th virtual conference, your challenge is to ensure that Patricia Ntuli, who's seated here, who's always had a complex around her short little teeth, right, is going to get teeth that are longer and suitable for my smile. Okay, because I'm one of those children who grew up with braces most of my high school years, so I looked really awkward. So help us get braces that are looking better, but also please help me with my plight. And you heard there are funds available for this research, so make sure that you utilize them. I'm your guinea pig. I'm already ready for you. Challenge accepted. Let me remind you of our WhatsApp number. It's 064 656 0131. Send those WhatsApps with the questions. Our panel's still here. We've still got an array of guests who are going to inspire you and inform you. This is the centenary celebration of the IADR, and it is a virtual conference, and we are moving forward from 4IR to 5IR. Right now, let's take a look at what the Oral Health School is doing so we can learn a bit more about them.
I was doing the full edentulous upper and lower for a patient, and my reference was the registration that I got from a dentist. So I've put in all the teeth are 28, and then now I'm going to do a wax up, and then I'm going to polish it nicely so that it can be ready to.
The diagnosis that we come to will then help with producing the correct treatment for the patient, and will also determine what is the prognosis of the treatment. And thank you so much for watching.
So this shows the impressions made as you can see in a lab in the form of a study model. So it's very quick, as you can see, and we can view it in all aspects, like how we can do for the study model. You can see the buccal, the labial, the occlusal aspect, and also the lingual aspect. Let me see there you go, that's the lingual aspect as well. So it's very good in the sense that a lot of time is saved, and costs as well. Thank you.
You are currently in the Department of Oral Pathology. We are analyzing tissue samples that the surgeons send us from theatre, from patients who have any cancerous or non-cancerous lesions. I am part of the technical team, which uses a microtome to make thin sections of tissue samples embedded in paraffin wax. Then we will use the exact band saw. It's got a diamond blade that will cut bony tissue.
Is it the ad now?
assumed that they were going to lose all their teeth, and that was just part of growing older.
When I joined IADR, we just studied the usual dentistry.
Oral health was just on the back burner 100 years ago. People just assumed that they were going to lose all their teeth, and that was just part of growing older.
When I joined IADR, we just studied the usual dentistry.
If I look back over the 50 years I've been in dental research, there are things now that I would have never imagined.
I think that we have a lot to do in the next 100 years. There's so many areas in research. I'm sure dentistry is going to be completely different in 100 years.
IADR helped me significantly advance my career. It's one of the few organizations that will take you through from your student times when you're really either an undergraduate dental student or a straight master's student up to the point where you're a senior investigator. It will take you through your whole career.
IADR is a great platform to bring all the people that in the dental field together.
I only missed one IADR meeting. It's really, really important to me. It's where I learn the most current research in dentistry, and it's where I feel home.
I meet friends, I meet mentors, I meet potential collaborators, and with the interdisciplinary nature of research, it really helps me understand other aspects that may impact my research.
It is great. It's a great place for students to come and present their work and show their passion for their work, and to network and meet with other people with that similar passion from all over the world.
You get together with so many amazing people and you get to know them, you end up with collaboration.
In the early days, IADR was in name an international association, but it was largely an American, North American organization. The organization has become truly international.
IADR has become very involved in global oral health, and so it's very internationally focused. It's not only one country.
In a low-income country like Uganda, oral health is mostly untreated. Like what you find most of the time in the field is decay, and it's mostly like a disease. So when I'm in the field, people are really receptive and also overwhelmed that we are there and that we actually care about their teeth.
One of the exciting things is that we can actually move faster. In earlier times, you would meet once a year, and it was sort of face-to-face that you're exchanging information. But now, because of the digital age, you can communicate with people and you can collaborate long distance, and it can happen all the time. So the cycle is actually running faster than it did before. It's exciting because the advances are happening now at maybe 10 times the rate that they used to.
When I joined the IADR, the research system is a little bit primitive. In these days, it's very modern.
If you look across medical care in general, there are a number of examples now where using artificial intelligence, using sophisticated computer algorithms, you can present a set of symptoms, a clinical presentation, and it will search through databases in seconds and come up with answers. I think what's going to be really exciting is to begin to apply that technology to looking at the challenges that we have.
There's been lots of changes in technology, and we have all this big data now, and putting all the pieces together in new ways is what's going to bring about discoveries to really improve population health.
Hopefully, in the next 100 years, everybody should be healthy, at least dentally. I mean, we won't live forever, but I'm sure that we should live better.
I'm optimistic that my students and their subsequent generations will be doing wonderful things because we all have learned and are teaching the principles of science. And I think those are the elements that are the founding principles of this organization, and I think will continue to make the organization vital for the next 100 years.
But what really our predecessors have done for ourselves, and we should be doing for those who follow after us, is to actually inculcate a sense of discovery and ambition among the young researchers. I mean, they are a real legacy. It's not, some information we found today that's going to change the world. It's really the young people we develop as future researchers that will change the world.
Every year, a highlight of the IADR General Session opening ceremonies is celebrating the award, fellowship, and competition recipients. Since IADR was unable to celebrate in person this year, the following video highlights the recipients of IADR and IADR-AADR awards, fellowships, and competitions. Please join IADR in congratulating those who are driving dental, oral, and craniofacial research. IADR honorary membership was granted to Catherine Kell. The IADR Centennial Emerging Leaders Award was created to honor those whose achievements in dental, oral, and craniofacial research showcase their potential to further contribute to IADR and the scientific community. The winners for the Africa and Middle East region, Fawaz Al-Zubi and Amira Bispis. For the Asia-Pacific region, Carolina Loxantos de Silva, Meleme Lina Niu, and Santosh Tadak Madla and Waruna Lukmal Desaneka with Dean Thomas Fleming, University of Hong Kong. For the Latin American region, Diana Gabriela Suarez, Valentim Adeleno Ricardo Barao, and Sebastian Fontana. For the North American region, Marcos C. Botino, Luis Eduardo Bertasoni, Kimon Devaris, Brian Foster, Dimitri Shunjin, and Tamana Tewari. For the Pan-European region, Henry Fergus Duncan, Vesna Maletic, Gustavo Nascimento, and Falk Schwendik. The winner of the IADR Gold Medal is Barry J. Cecil. The Distinguished Scientist Award acknowledges renowned scientists who have made significant scientific contributions or original, outstanding, or innovative discoveries. The following individuals received this prestigious award. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Geriatric Oral Research, Douglas Berkey. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Basic Research in Biological Mineralization, Ann George. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Behavioral, Epidemiologic, and Health Services, Rebecca Harris. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Craniofacial Biology Research, Mary L. Marazita. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Global Oral Health Research, Richard G. Watt. H. Trendley Dean Memorial Award, Lisa M. Jameson. The winner of the Isaac Shower Memorial Award is Sarah C. Heilshorn. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Oral Medicine and Pathology Research, Christina Heikenheimo. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Pharmacology, Therapeutics, Toxicology, Asma A. Khan. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Pulp Biology and Regeneration, Ivo Lambrechts. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Research in Oral Biology, Stan Gronthos. Daniel Buser, former Dean of the University of Bern School of Dental Medicine, left, presented the IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Research in Periodontal Disease to Anton Skulin. Medical Faculty Dean Joachim Thierry, left, presented the IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Research in Prosthodontics and Implants to Matthias Kern. The IADR Distinguished Scientist Award in Salivary Research, Stefan Hans Klaus Ruhl. The William H. Bowen Research in Dental Caries Award, Doron Steinberg. Mamoru Sakuda, 75th President of IADR, right, presented the Wilmer Sauter Award to Satoshi Imazato. Young Investigator Award, Kimon Devaris. Taisei Gakuen University President Hiroaki Adachi, Right, presented the IADR Distinguished Service Award to Kayoshi Ohura. Ian Chappell, Head of School, University of Birmingham, Left, presented the first IADR Osteology Foundation New Investigator Award in Oral Tissue Regeneration to Kasia Gruszowska-Komis. IADR President Pamela Den-Beston, Left, presented the IADR Academy of Osseointegration Innovation in Implant Sciences Award to Alan Radeick. The E.W. Barrow Memorial Award was granted to Jamie A. Curry. The recipients of IADR GC Centennial Travel Grants were Aline Dalmida Neves, Carola B. Bozal, and Nandita Kashatri Mayam. This year, 48 individuals from 24 IADR divisions and 4 sections were selected to compete in the IADR Unilever Hatton competition. Congratulations to all the division and section winners. See the IADR website for a full list. A virtual IADR Unilever competition was held in lieu of the on-site competition. Announcing the winners for the first time. The second place winner in the junior category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Basma Salem. The first place winner in the junior category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Wachirawit Suntawan. The second place winner in the senior basic science category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Risa Masumoto. The first place winner in the senior basic science category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Christopher Donnelly. The second place winner in the senior clinical research category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Sonali Sharma. The first place winner in the senior clinical research category of the Unilever Hatton competition is Madhurima Datta. The finalists for the IADR Joseph Lister Award for New Investigators were Thaisiana Rodriguez Ribeiro, Juhi Baigatkar, Xiaofei Li, Wei Ji, Jacqueline Burgett, Yoon Kong, Stefan Serban, Zhao Ye, Junthae Li, and Alexandru Movila. The second place winner for the IADR Joseph Lister Award.
This is the 5th anniversary, 5th year of the IADR virtual conference, and we are hosted by the Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, SMU in Pretoria, and we are broadcasting live from Pretoria Fire and Heights Hotel. And my name is Patricia Ntuli, and I'm still your host the entire day, so please don't get tired of my short teeth, but rather take up the challenge that was given to you by Dr. Muafi, that do something about these teeth, develop something that will help me have brighter and bigger teeth, okay? I'm looking for something like Hollywood's sunshine smile. And I'd like to remind you, as we go on with our program, that we'd love to hear from you. Ask your questions. We're about to go into a very interesting panel discussion, and your questions and comments will really be appreciated. The number for WhatsApps, go to 064 656 0131. That's 064 656 0131. We have also placed the posters and videos for our competition on the website, so please do go to the website and interact there and engage and see the posters and videos that have been submitted. The website is www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to start this panel discussion, and it's going to be one that is going to really inspire a lot of us because we are going to be speaking to heads in their departments. My first guest who's joining me here on the podium is Professor Natalie Shalek. Professor Natalie Shalek is a co-founder of the South African Society for Clinical Pharmacy. In 2018, she was nominated as the Woman of the Year healthcare category for women's stature in South Africa. So that's a big accolade. She has also been elected as a member of the South African Pharmacy Council, and she's also rated researcher C2 as awarded by the National Research Foundation. Furthermore, she is the 4th elected member of the South African Antimicrobial Stewardship Program. So that's the first that is going to be joining us. We are also joined by Mr. Makubalo, who is the Curriculum Development Specialist at the University, SMU Sefako Makgato University. He joined the university in 2020. So he's a new baby in the university, so clearly he's going to give us some fresh ideas around academics as the Teaching and Curriculum Development Specialist in the Center for the University Teaching and Learning. Prior to joining SMU, Mr. Makubalo worked as a lecturer at the University of Venda and the University of Johannesburg, and most recently at the Wits Medical School at the University of Witwatersrand. And his role at CUTL involved supporting schools and academics at SMU on matters of curriculum, teaching, and learning. We still have the CEO and Dean of the School of Oral Health Sciences at SMU, who is Professor Hendricks. And just as a brief, something we did not mention earlier, Professor Hendricks was promoter for 5 MPH and 5 PhD graduates at UP. He serves on the advisory board of the Critical Investigations in Humanitarian Action, and he also loves the outdoors and walking, the dogs and parks, and he's just one of those outdoor loving professors. So I think he's going to tell us more about these issues and more. Thank you very much for joining me, beautiful panel. I'm going to start with the first rows that I've had the opportunity to interact with since the morning started. Professor Shalak, good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like you to please just take us briefly behind what you do at the School of Pharmacy.
Okay, so currently, and thank you, first of all, let me start by thanking, the IADR through Professor Hendricks and his team for having me here today. It's been quite an interesting morning, and I've really enjoyed some of the discussions that we've had. So currently, I'm a professor and the acting head of the Division of Clinical Pharmacy at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences Research University. And I currently oversee clinical pharmacy, and my research area is centered around big data and trying to understand how we can really collate antimicrobial stewardship data, especially from public health services, universities, into one central platform, and understanding that data and providing us some input into how we can navigate our way forward. Yes, thank you.
Very interesting, and we'll definitely be talking more about that. Remember that you can send your questions if you'd like to interact directly with Professor on 064 656 0131. Send those WhatsApp messages there. And we've also got Mr. Makubalo, new baby at SMU, but I think a baby that comes with fresh ideas. Tell us more about what you do, Mr. Makubalo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ntuli. And I'd like to thank Professor Hendricks and also Professor Shelak for
thank you.
And also would like to thank the IADR for giving us an opportunity to speak this morning. My role at the Center for University Teaching and Learning is, as you mentioned earlier, is of I'm the curriculum teaching and curriculum development specialist. And in my role, I work with different schools in helping them to develop their programs from conceptualization, helping them to think about issues of curriculum, issues of teaching and learning, issues regarding research, and also helping to think about evaluation of the curriculum, because the curriculum is not just the syllabus. The curriculum involves so many things, involves practices, how we teach students, how we assess students, and so forth. In our unit, where I'm located, we are also we also have the student support division, which is focused on supporting students, but that's not my focus. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makhubalo. I'd like to also give an opportunity. I know we got the welcome address from Professor Hendricks, who's the CEO and the Dean of the School of Oral Sciences at SMU. But I'd like him to just take us through, Professor, your daily run at the university.
Well, thank you very much to our program director. First of all, I must acknowledge the formidable team of colleagues that's in the room, and those who are at the base that's made this possible. I also want to acknowledge Magda Foshier, who's right there at the back in the room, who's been the driver administratively behind much of what we have today in terms of much of the work that we do. My role is one of more strategic oversight and management of the School of Oral Health Sciences. We have this anomalous situation in South Africa that the deans of the School of Oral Health Sciences are also CEOs of hospitals, because our training platform of oral health students, be they dentists, oral hygienists, dental therapists, and specialists, are all in one building. You virtually move from one floor to the next floor, and you have a teaching platform on the one side of the building and the hospital on the other. So in fulfilling those roles, you're expected to deliver on the deliverables of the university as a dean, and we have 5 deans at our university. At the same time, you also expect to deliver on the outputs and the outcomes of the province of Gauteng, where you are classified in either as a CEO of a central hospital, a regional hospital, a specialized hospital like we are, and district hospital. So my task is then to do my best. I learn every day from my colleagues in how we chart forward, especially in this time of pandemic of COVID-19. And I must acknowledge that for the way that the colleagues have driven the system, it makes it so much easier for me and my office to move forward on how we take forward the services. I must also just say, in terms of this process, we service the communities of Actridgeville, Soshanguve, Mabopani, Karunkua, Refillway Clinic, Amanskraal, Mamelodi. So we have a very big task in terms of our community outreach of oral health services. But it's exciting, and as I said earlier, for the colleagues that I work with, makes my task so much easier in my everyday, and I look forward every day to go to work to see how I can be helpful.
Well, I think it is very important that we are helpful, and that's why we are in the professions that we are in. And this conference that we are having right now is a conference to ensure that knowledge is imparted and shared. COVID-19 has become one of those pandemics that has touched absolutely every single life and every single profession. And I'd like to start with you, Professor Sherlock, on COVID-19 and especially around dentistry. What are your outlooks? Do you think that the future is getting brighter, or do you think that we are still in limbo when it comes to understanding how to treat COVID-19, how to manage COVID-19, how to interact in our professional spaces with COVID-19?
Thank you. I can talk, I'm in pharmacy, so I can talk about the novel coronavirus maybe pertaining to medicine in general. And I think it's changed business as usual. I think we must just say that from the outset. I do think we must understand that coronavirus, when you look at the virus, the name itself implies that it's a queen. In Latin, corona means queen virus. It's a virus that's been with us for many, many years, and it's mutated now to have a special spike protein that now really provides new challenges, and as we are learning, as it's evolving now, there seems to be new mutations that is coming in from Europe. South Africa and the healthcare sector seems to be impacted not as we expected. And we published a paper recently that I'd share with your members on the experience of COVID across Africa. So we actually went into the continent of Africa and we asked all of our colleagues what was their experience with COVID throughout Africa as pharmacists and as colleagues in, working in universities. And what was their innovative ways of dealing with COVID? And what seems to be the most prominent factor from that paper, and we published it in Frontiers in looking at emerging medicine, was that Africa was actually quite, I would say, more or less equipped with dealing with a respiratory virus. And what they focused on, and not only a respiratory virus, but with viruses in general, and the lessons that we've learned from the past, for example, Ebola virus, which was interesting from the paper from our colleagues from West Africa, was that they were saying that they already looked at a concept that is called emergency pharmaceutical care. So what emergency pharmaceutical care entails is that some of the other conditions, and if I had to look at oral health, for example, may become neglected when you are in the face of a pandemic. So when we look at previous epidemics or outbreak, is that some of the other conditions, hypertension, diabetes, got neglected. So some of our pharmacy colleagues and medical colleagues put some time away for dealing with those conditions. And then we also published a paper with our colleagues from BRICS countries. So we looked at what are other countries doing that has not got necessarily all of the same resources. And I'll also share that paper with you. It was published maybe 2 weeks ago, 2 years, 2 weeks ago. And what that paper talks about is what did our colleagues do in war-torn countries? For example, Lebanon. We had a colleague that was publishing as part of this outreach from Lebanon, and it was just before they had that massive attack. So imagine having an attack and dealing with COVID. And we asked these colleagues from India, from Russia, from Britain, we made this huge map. And when we asked pharmacists and people from South Africa, well, how did you deal with COVID? And we even had an interactive video as part of our paper that we included because people no longer have time to always read a paper. So we included this video, and this video showed all of these experiences. And from South Africa, the pharmacists actually came across as one of the most easily accessible healthcare professionals in the face of COVID. So I'd love to pass that question on in terms of, oral healthcare professionals and their experiences with COVID in our country to Professor Hendricks. Thank you.
Well, Professor, there's a question. Professor Sherlock is handing it over to you. What has your experience been around oral health and COVID-19?
Well, thank you for that question. The context in which we, in the oral health sector, treat patients is very limited space of the mouth in which we work. And therefore, the bioaerosols and the aerosol generating processes that we engage on when we do treat patients really subjects us to a much more acute, shall I say, proximity to the virus. Because you would know that when we do the tests, we either do the test through the mouth or through the nose, nasal pharynx. And so oral health personnel are the ones at the forefront that has to treat patients exactly at that place of the body where the virus is exuded from by coughing, by sneezing, and such the like. And therefore, we as a school, and I want to acknowledge Professor Wood, and also Professor Moiplai, and also Dr. Gwengu, who delivered papers to us. I set up what I call a Friday afternoon Dean seminar series. And they brought to our attention, the importance of the work we do, and papers that was delivered and that they in the seminar pointed out to us as colleagues how, in terms of the aerosol generating processes, how prone we are. And therefore we had to introduce measures in our school, which we're busy with, like four-handed dentistry, measures like the social distancing, also the area of masking, wearing of gowns, all of those personal protective equipment measures we've introduced so that everyone in our school, in our hospital is protected, including the cleaners, including the dental assistants, including the dental lab teams. So around the patient, we make sure that everyone who is part of the team is protected, even those of our teams who work with patient administration, because those are the first cadre of health worker that the patient makes contact with when they come to the hospital. So yes, it has been a challenge, but the colleagues, have subjected themselves to the policies of our provincial government, the policies of our school, our university for the pandemic in terms of COVID-19. And therefore, it's not an easy process because you've got to sanitize, you've got to disinfect, but at the same time, I think that we are making headway. We have had staff who've been COVID positive, but we've got 100% return rate, they're back at work. We lost one staff member who demised, but for the rest, we are making sure. And after that process, we have every morning at 7:30 a personal protection equipment committee meeting consisting of staff across the different disciplines where we engage in how we protect staff, how we protect patients, how we protect students, to make sure that whatever we do it in line with the quality guidelines set by national government, provincial government, and university.
Thank you very much, Professor Hendricks. Are you satisfied, Professor Sherlock, with the response? Do you see?
Great work.
Do you see that it seems that no matter which profession you are in, everyone has found ways to actually navigate around COVID-19. Yes. And I think in every sphere, that's what we've been doing.
I'd just add something I forgot to acknowledge.
Go ahead.
Professor Sherlock and her school. They've developed a sanitizer in their research lab which benefits the whole university. And they've, I think it's 50 ml or 100 ml?
Yes, it's 50 and 100.
You just want to share more with us about that?
Okay, thank you, Prof. So yes, the team through Mr. Poka, Mr. Madan Poka, and our colleagues from science have developed a hand sanitizer because we realized that charity starts at home. So in the face of a pandemic, we actually then looked at the WHO recommendations for hand sanitizing, which is a little different to what your normal hand sanitizing would be. Your alcohol content your ethanol content has to be a little higher. So we recognize that our community needs, equipment, personal and hand sanitizer as part of that. And then they developed, I actually have one in my bag that I can get a little later. I carry it with me. We're so proud of it. So we actually then, through Mr. Madan Poka and, other staff at the university, then developed small bottles, 50 and 100 ml bottles that has the university logo that is now available to staff at the university and within the hospital so that it's easier accessible. And then through the efforts of Professor Mawela, who's in the Department of Pediatrics, have then provided education with the hand sanitizing to the community at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, yes.
Well, I think one of those challenges that was posed by Dr. Muafi earlier on when he was giving us his research paper around us developing and commercializing our own IPs, challenge has been accepted. Clearly, you guys are far ahead in the pharmaceutical area.
We didn't even wait a year.
You did not even wait.
Waited half an hour.
Listen, I'm so proud of you. And you know what this means? This means that the challenge to further develop more, to further assist the community, to further give the young professionals within your sphere an opportunity to just, work around issues is there. So utilize this opportunity. I'd like to take an opportunity to speak to you, Mr. Makubalu. COVID-19 has created a learning challenge. Maybe not challenge so much, but the ability to learn has not changed, but the circumstance of how we learn have changed. And it was drastic. From having a total shutdown to then what Professor Hendricks said earlier, having to acquire 6,000 laptops for students and educators. Tell us about the challenges that you faced. And it was at a time where you were still new at the university. So the challenges and how you managed to overcome them to ensure that learning and development still continues.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the COVID-19 pandemic really forced us to rethink teaching and learning. Obviously, some of these changes as necessitated by the Fourth Industrial Revolution, they were supposed to take place. But I think COVID-19 has hastened the progress in us reimagining how teaching and learning takes place. Indeed, we faced a number of challenges. SMU is a historically disadvantaged institution that serves mostly students who come from lower income families, come from rural areas and so forth. So it means that, for instance, their access to devices was severely constrained, their access to the internet at home or wherever they lived was not could not allow them to access our learning management system that we use at the university. Fortunately, the university made some contingency plans of delivering laptops, and we are still doing that. A number of students, a substantial number of students so far have got their laptops to help them with the learning. But the other challenges also came from teaching and learning. For instance, although the university has a blended learning strategy that incorporates learning face-to-face, learning in the clinical environment, as well as learning online, our rates of adoption were quite low. But thanks to the pandemic, I think we went on a massive drive to bring staff up to date. We, as the Center for University Teaching and Learning, have been at the forefront in helping staff using our learning management system, Blackboard, to think about design of learning online, because a lot of people think that when we say, okay, we have moved to the online mode, that you would take your practices that you used in an ordinary venue and transpose them in an online medium. Unfortunately, the practices are quite different, and we have had to help lecturers in the various schools to be up to date with those practices, and that kind of training is continuing. So for instance, currently our center is hosting an assessment endeavor, and part of the focus of that endeavor is to talk about how do we assess in the online medium, because obviously teaching and learning has continued in spite of the disruptions, but you cannot simply say you have a test online and do not put up measures, for instance, that would ensure that those tests are valid, those tests are credible, and those tests give credibility to our programs. We are a health sciences university. A lot of our programs have to be accredited by external bodies, and that comes with the impetus, for instance, to ensure that the students who we train have attained, for instance, the competence. I'm sure Professor Hendricks would not want to send students out there who have not reached the level of competence that is required by the discipline. So the challenges have been massive. The challenges are technological, the challenges are contextual, the challenges are about training and so forth, but we have not dropped dead and died. We embraced that challenge, and we are constantly learning and improving our practices.
Well, it is very clear that every dark cloud has a silver lining. So COVID-19 has brought some challenges, but with those challenges, there's been some victories. I think the victories are more notable than the challenges. Let me go back to you, Professor Hendricks. You did mention that, you know, since the pandemic started, there's obviously within the oral health sector or sciences that you are heading as the dean, there's been one fatality, which is really you know, really sad. But how has the feel of the oral health practitioners and the students been around COVID-19? Because it's one thing for us to talk about stats, what has been happening, but it is very important for us to consider the actual human capital within this particular field. What has been their experience? What has been their feel? How have you allayed their fears?
Yes, that's a very important question. One of the things that we did was earlier on in the COVID-19 period, we did a survey of staff asking them specifically, for example, you know, their age. We asked whether they have comorbidities and whether if the comorbidities that they have, they'd like to continue working in the workstation where they are, or whether they'd like to move to area that is a non-clinical area. And from those results, and the reason why we asked the age, because as you know, the government policy for persons 60 and over, there are certain comorbidities which we make provision for, moving staff from high risk to low risk exposure. And also people with comorbidities, you know, we must be very careful and make sure their health is still protected. And they were also given the option to move from clinical patient interface to administration interfaces. And people have opted in that regard. So in that way, we then, you know, are able to respond to the needs of our workers. We have an organized labor multi-stakeholder committee at our university, at our school, and we engaged them and they gave the input to that process. Now, the allaying of the anxiety, yes, as I said, we did lose one of our staff members, and we're very sad about that. Very vibrant, outgoing dental laboratory technician, and so that also pointed to us that COVID is real, COVID kills. And we then had to make sure that we take all the measures in terms of our service delivery platform. Yes, with the students, we also had meetings with them, and what students came up with, which I thought was very exciting, is that, for example, our fourth years in the dentistry program offered to step back from clinical work for 2 months to allow our final year students to complete their clinical competence requirements, which of course made less exposure to those fourth year students. But at the same time, they're back now, and we've done everything in our ability to protect our students and more so our patients. We also set up outside our institution a tent where we do all the screening. Everyone coming to the hospital is screened in the tent. If you do exhibit any signs and symptoms of COVID, you are redirected either to your medical practitioner or private practitioner or to the hospital for further tests. And so we have a good record of everyone who comes to hospital every day. We take the temperatures, as is done by the gate of university. And so for that reason, we make sure that everyone who comes into our building is taken care of. Now, it is true that when we do this work, there's a lot of sensitivity. We have to be very careful. Because as it is with the students also, we had to also work on the system to say students have been used to the contact teaching and learning, and now they have this blended learning approach. And so for that, as our director, as our colleague from Smu Iadr have indicated, they've also introduced synchronous and asynchronous methods of teaching, which also then assist us with that process. But just to say that overall, our staff understands. We have also 3 compliance officers, COVID compliance officers, who do random checks on the different floors of the hospital to make sure there's compliance, that people must wear their masks, disinfectant must be at hand. And so, yes, we have not managed to do everything that we'd like to because of financial resources, but we've done most of what we could and maximized what we had.
I've got questions here from our WhatsApp number. I'd like to remind you that you can WhatsApp 0646560131 if you'd like to ask your questions. Panel discussion is with Professor Shellac from the pharmacy faculty. We've also got from the education side Mr. Makubalo and the CEO and Dean of the School of Oral Health Sciences at SMU, who is Professor Hendricks. So you can ask your questions. Please send those WhatsApps and we'll be able to filter them through to the panel. Phew. Professor Shellac, yours is going to be one of those questions that I know you're going to probably, cringe after I ask, but it's a question that, since we're talking about COVID, is a very critical question. We know that right now the vaccine seems like it's becoming a political card. Will there be a vaccine? This president and that president, and internationally everyone is talking about the vaccine, but it's almost like a card that is being played. Yeah. And on WhatsApp, I got a question for you. Are there any prospects of having a vaccine in South Africa? And if there will be a vaccine, what is the impact on the socio-economic scenario in South Africa, given the fact that most of South Africans are poor?
Okay. So I think that's a really important question, and I think what is important is that a lot of the treatments, not only vaccines, around COVID has been politicized. And it's been politicized internationally, and we could see it quite evidently through the United States elections as well, and the impact that it has had. So what is interesting, maybe I can just start there, if you are very into science, as in this conference, the race for medicines and for vaccines is astounding. It is astounding to watch a process for vaccines that would normally take years and years in development. The first vaccine has been approved by the FDA in the United States. It's the first time in history that a vaccine has been approved for clinical trials within 43 days. So it seems as though various of the manufacturing companies are manufacturing vaccines, and there are different types of strategies that they are looking at, and I think one of the biggest hurdles that they have had in vaccines is trying to determine the antibody time that you will have once you have been vaccinated with COVID. And they've tried different types of strategies, for example, a subdermal vaccine, a subcutaneous. Some of the companies have even tried a tablet, which would make it easier for countries where they don't always have cold chain manufacturing. So what I do see and what is happening and what we are reading about is once a vaccine is released, we won't have all of it. What is happening currently in vaccines is in some of the more developed countries, they first get all of the vaccines. And I've heard there was a question around ethics earlier as well, but what seems to be good from this politicized arena that we are currently finding ourselves in, the humanitarian aspect is that the vaccines will be delivered to all of the countries. That is what is happening in the conversations. First to healthcare providers and high-risk populations throughout all of the countries, and that's the talks that are currently happening through pharmaceutical companies, that all countries will get the vaccines, and it will go to the high-risk populations, the healthcare workers, and then some subsets of populations will get the vaccines to try and improve or stimulate herd immunity. So the talk on the street and within the medical community is that vaccines will be given to all the country's high-risk healthcare workers and some subset populations to try and stimulate herd immunity. And I think that maybe also answers the question around economy and social well-being for countries like South Africa and other countries, for example, India, Russia, and then Brazil, all of our BRICS countries, and will be treated more or less the same.
There are two big pharmaceutical companies right now, Professor Shalak, that are really in the headlines, and that's Pfizer and Aspen.
Yeah.
Perhaps can you explain to us what their role is when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic and perhaps even the vaccine? Are they the ones developing it?
It's not just those companies, Pfizer and Aspen. So Pfizer is actually, I don't know if you're completely aware, they are actually a South African company that has then internationalized and are very big in the non-proprietary arena and trying to develop cost-effective medicines that we have for drugs that we normally have patency on. And then some of the other companies, Pfizer, for example, is also involved in some of the other medicines that we have for COVID. And then Sanofi, of course, also has a big role, and then Moderna. There are other companies that are also involved in vaccines. So Pfizer and Aspen are in the arena or are talking about some of the other medicines and not only vaccination with corona. And it's also around, should companies or countries that cannot afford it also pay fees related to patency. So what we are talking about, countries, for example, with India and South Africa, should we take away or waive patency fees to try and treat these populations in a cost-effective manner? And those are some of the discussions that we have. And of course, Gilead is currently in the news for a drug called remdesivir. Remdesivir is a drug that was used for Ebola, and that seemed to initially have great effects in reducing the number of days for a patient with COVID-19. But some of the latest studies that we are seeing through the huge, and if you want, you can go and follow the Solidarity trial, some of the effects does not seem to be as promising, and some of the negotiations between that company and the WHO. So Gilead has also been in the news more recently. Yeah.
I'd like us to move to technology right now, which is 4IR, and as we have been alerted that we are fast knocking on the doors of 5IR. And I pose this one first to you, Mr. Makubal. What is the future of curriculum development, teaching and learning? And I'd like you to look at it not only from a higher education level, but let's look at it from the grassroots, because the people who come into higher education must go through a primary school, must go through a high school. And if we can't merge all of these, we definitely won't churn out university-ready students.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that question. The curriculum, I think, is, for me, is when we're talking about 4IR, is a great place for us to imagine the future. When the discussions about 4IR started initially, people called it a fad. When the president spoke about the 4IR in his speech last year, people said, well, these are just political promises. But within a year, we have seen how these technologies, for instance, have reached an inflection point where they are currently being used. So one of the first things we have to emphasize when we speak about 4IR and technology is that it's inescapable. These technologies will come with inevitable challenges because obviously there are ethical concerns around social networks and so forth. But the way we are going to deal with the technology is not, or the way we're going to deal with thinking about the technology is not to hide away from it. We would have to embrace it. And in education, technology, as I mentioned earlier, is a space where we have an opportunity to think about the future. Some of the conversations that are being held, for instance, when we're talking about the 4IR, one aspect of the 4IR is automation, which means that, for instance, jobs that human beings used to perform are now being performed by machines, and quite efficiently so. And there will be inevitable job losses. Go to Amazon website, warehouses these days, a lot of jobs have been automated. But what people like Professor Chilidzi Malwala from UJ are talking about within the African context, the South African context, for instance, that there is space for us to imagine other futures. You know, for instance, when we're talking about in the oral health field, one of the aspects of the 4IR is 3D printing, which helps us, for instance, to cost effectively develop and print medical prosthetics at a reduced cost than we have in the past. And those are some of the benefits which will be passed on to the consumers. How does education become the space for us to imagine the technology of the future and the curriculum? Well, when we're talking about the curriculum, we're talking about what do we value as a society. And I'm glad that you mentioned curriculum right from when kids start school, for instance. Why do they learn mathematics? Why do we even have a language policy? Because we have decided that language is at the center of who we are as human beings. It's at the center of our individuality, and hence we placed it at the center of the curriculum because of that. I think we will need to think very carefully about how we bring technology into the curriculum, and not bring technology simply by saying, oh, we are introducing courses in coding, you know, from nowhere. It has to be, curriculum development is a well thought out process where you think about how people learn within an educational institution. Think about how learning takes place, you know. You cannot talk about the curriculum without thinking about learning. And part of the challenge we have in the education space is to constantly think about learning. For instance, the other opportunities that come with a crisis like the pandemic is that, for instance, our staff are reporting attendance in online learning, attendances of up to 100%, when attendance has been one of the burning issues for lecturers. Students just don't show up. You are lucky to have 40% of the students. But what we do not understand yet, for instance, and this is a place where we are going as CUTL in terms of the research, is to think about what is the quality of the learning, what is the level of engagement with the students. Are they just showing up? Are they learning? And obviously, we need to think about, when we're talking about the curriculum, how does assessment, for instance, become a place of not just judging whether these students have attained the outcomes we outlined at the beginning, but how does assessment, for instance, become a critical tool to aid the learning process? So in summation, I would say the curriculum gives us an important space, whether in higher education, in basic education. It gives us an important space to start rethinking deeply about teaching and learning.
As we are about to wrap up our panel discussion, I'd like to pose a question to you, Professor Hendricks. Looking at the future of dentistry with artificial intelligence taking over, what is the future? And also, paired with that, what are some of the partnerships that you have made with the School of Oral Health Sciences, partnerships and relationships that will aid in 4IR and also artificial intelligence?
I think there's a bright future for oral health sciences. In particular, in our name, we refer to the sciences. In other words, cutting-edge research is going to be very critical to continue with new research questions on how we deliver oral health services. I also foresee that in the National Health Insurance Funded System of South Africa, oral health personnel play a very critical role in oral health prevention and oral health promotion, which the Honourable Minister of Health have indicated should be the platform on which we build the new National Health Insurance Funded System. Secondly, also in terms of collaboration relationships, we just 2 weeks ago met with a colleague of ours, Dr. Machenga, who's starting a oral health school in Malawi, and they would like to partner with us to train students. And my colleague Professor Musalela in the audience, we were part of that discussion, training orthodontists, training maxillofacial surgeons, in terms of that collaboration. Our university also has ties with the University of Alabama, where I'm in constant touch with the dean of that school, looking towards exchanging our faculty and programs. We've also been engaging discussions with our other dental schools in the country, and also Tanzania Dental School and in Namibia have expressed interest to partner with us in collaboration. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for research. Also, we have a very high-powered electron microscope in our oral pathology department, and we have just 2 days ago engaged with Wits University that has a similar instrument to engage with Siemens in Germany to send out experts to train medical technologists and technicians to take forward this process. But I just want to end off with a pet subject of my colleague sitting in front of me, Professor Tusa. He's driving with other heads of departments what we call a craniofacial entity, which I believe can become a center of excellence. That entity will train specialists, registrars of different disciplines, and I know that is his baby, and he's been really, since I came to this university, talking about it. And so I hope also that that will become one of our core deliverables with our Dr. Muafi in terms of a center of excellence for our school, and also sharing with the other schools on the campus.
Definitely the future is bright. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and we are definitely going to come back. When we come back, we'll be looking at the most exciting part. I've been looking forward to this. I'm sure if you've been going onto the website, which is www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020, you viewed some of the posters. Well, after the break, we're going to come back and look at this competition that is sponsored proudly by Colgate, so make sure that you do come back.
This week at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, SMU, we visited Klasdorp in the Northwest Province, where SMU students are currently involved in the project Transnet Pillow Paper Train 1, which is currently operating to assist the community with healthcare needs. Upon arrival, we were welcomed by Dr. Mashapu, who had this to share.
The disease profile that we get with regards to oral health in most of the areas that we go to, it would inevitably be patients that would present with carious lesions. That would be a problem of rotten teeth. The oral cavity that hasn't been looked after over a long period of time. Because I'll give an example of a patient that would walk in, they're 59, half of the mouth has got rotten teeth, and it's their first time at the dentist. So that's basically the picture of patients that you would see. Depending on what province there is and depending on the state of oral health in that particular province, the disease profile would shift from one scenario to another. So in places where primary oral health care is in disarray, is inaccessible, sometimes it's even not there. That's when you will find even younger people now, a lot of them coming through with a lot of teeth that are already so advanced in terms of the dental caries that they would have, and that would be patients that would require mainly extraction of those teeth. And that's a very sad situation, because you sometimes find that we have to deal more with what we call premature extraction of teeth in these young ones, simply because of the neglect or basically the neglect of the oral health for young ones, I would assume by the parents or the caregivers. So that would be one problem. Another issue would be problems of oral pathology, where you would find patients would be walking around with oral diseases that they are not even aware of, simply because they are not causing pain. But you would find that sometimes they are disfiguring. You find the patient is walking around with a large tumor on the face, or some form or other of the deformation of the face, or growth that they're not comfortable with, but simply because it's not painful, or they cannot access a proper care in terms of specialist care, then they come over to the train seeking help. And because this is now just a primary health care facility, we don't necessarily get to help them much, except for the fact that we give them information and find a way to refer.
One of the student doctors at Sefako Makhato Health Sciences University, who is also participating in this project, also shared some of her experiences about her involvement in this project.
Okay, hello, my name is Kwena Muloto, PDS 5 student from SMU. We are here at Pilopepa Train 1 for community outreach, helping those who are seeking primary oral health care. Here we're dealing with scaling, primary health care scaling. We do scaling, we do extractions, and we do restorations as well. So this is quite an experience. Being here has taught me and has prepared me as to what to expect next year when we start with our ComServe. It's been a beautiful 2 weeks. We've been here for quite some days now. We left with 2 days, and it's been a beautiful experience. We get to make our own decisions, even though it's hectic. We see a couple of patients. We see a lot of patients. Actually, not a couple. We see up to 90 patients a day, so it's quite hectic, but we love it. It's been a beautiful experience.
This project, which is a mobile hospital which operates in train coaches, it is one of its kind. It is moved from province to province, providing highly specialized health care by doctors, with the help of students from various universities in the country, providing health care for those in need. The feedback that we received from some of the patients was overwhelming as they shared their experiences about the treatment they received.
Di-doctor le tsone mare di bereka mosebetsi o siameng di re tshwere sentle re le community re a leboga
ne le shapo after time ke jika ke tlamile ke tlo go tlhapa meno because of ntho tse ntse ke di utlwa ba re go botlhoko go tlhabe injection ntho yana tse di jwalo but today ke na le different story to tell because this thing is painless. And then we will offer treatment ke beautiful sisters about tshwana le bo sister ba bantse ba ntshwere so lena ba bona ke bo sister ba ba shapo so nkare mo bone o batho ka kakaretso le ska tshaba next health ya how important at the end of the day when it comes down.
This week at Sefako Makhato Health Sciences University, SMU, we visited Klasdorp in the Northwest Province where SMU students are currently involved in the project Tasnet Pilopepa Train 1, which is currently operating to assist the community with healthcare needs. Upon arrival, we were welcomed by Dr. Mashapu, who had this to share.
The disease profile that we get with regards to oral health in most of the areas that we go to, it would inevitably be patients that would present with carious lesions. That would be a problem of rotten teeth. The oral cavity that hasn't been looked after over a long period of time. Because I'll give an example of a patient that would walk in, they're 59, half of the mouth has got rotten teeth and it's their first time at the dentist. So that's basically the picture of patients that you would see. Depending on what province there is and depending on the state of oral health in that particular province, the disease profile would shift from one scenario to another. So in places where primary oral health care is in disarray, is inaccessible, sometimes it's even not there. That's when you will find even younger people now, a lot of them coming through with a lot of teeth that are already so advanced in terms of the dental caries that they would have, and that would be patients that would require mainly extraction of those teeth. And that's a very sad situation because you sometimes find that we have to deal more with what we call premature extraction of teeth in these young ones simply because of the neglect or basically the neglect of the oral health for young ones, I would assume by the parents or the caregivers. So that would be one problem. Another issue would be problems of oral pathology, where you would find patients would be walking around with oral diseases that they are not even aware of, simply because they are not causing pain. But you would find that sometimes they are disfiguring. You find the patient is walking around with a large tumor on the face, or some form or other of the deformation of the face, or growth that they're not comfortable with, but simply because it's not painful, or they cannot access a proper care in terms of specialist care, then they come over to the train seeking help. And because this is now just a primary health care facility, we don't necessarily get to help them much, except for the fact that we give them information and find a way to refer.
One of the student doctors at Sefako Makhato Health Sciences University, who is also participating in this project, also shared some of her experiences about her involvement in this project.
Okay, hello, my name is Bonen Loto, period 5 student from SMU. We are here at Plopepa Train 1 for community outreach, helping those who are seeking primary oral health care. Here we're dealing with scaling, primary health care scaling. We do scaling, we do extractions, and we do restorations as well. So this is quite an experience. Being here has taught me and has prepared me as to what to expect next year when we start with our ComServe. It's been a beautiful 2 weeks. We've been here for quite some days now. We left with 2 days, and it's been a beautiful experience. We get to make our own decisions, even though it's hectic. We see a couple of patients. We see a lot of patients, actually not a couple. We see up to 90 patients a day, so it's quite hectic, but we love it. It's been a beautiful experience.
This project, which is a mobile hospital which operates in-train coaches, it is one of its kind. It is moved from province to province, providing highly specialized health care by doctors, with the help of students from various universities in the country, providing health care for those in need. The feedback that we received from some of the patients was overwhelming as they shared their experiences about the treatment they received.
Di-doctor le tsone mare di bereka mosebetsi o siameng, di re tshwere sentle, re le community re a leboga.
Ne le shapo after time ke jika ke tlamile ke tlo go tlhapa meno because of ntho tse ntse ke di utlwa ba re go botlhoko o tlhabe injection nthoyana tse di jwalo. But today ke na le different story to tell because this thing is painless. And I know if you treatment eo ke beautiful sisters about tshwana le bo sister ba bantse ba ntshwere so lena ba bona ke bo sister ba ba shapo so nkare mo bone o batho ka kakaretso le ska tshaba next health ya go important at the end of the day when it counts.
This week at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, SMU, we visited Klerksdorp in the Northwest Province where SMU students are currently involved in the project Transnet Pillow Paper Train 1, which is currently operating to assist the community with healthcare needs. Upon arrival, we were welcomed by Dr. Mashapu, who had this to share.
The disease profile that we get with regards to oral health in most of the areas that we go to, it would inevitably be patients that would present with carious lesions. That would be a problem of rotten teeth. The oral cavity that hasn't been looked after over a long period of time. Because I'll give an example of a patient that would walk in, they are 59, half of the mouth has got rotten teeth and it's their first time at the dentist. So that's basically the picture of patients that you would see. Depending on what province there is and depending on the state of oral health in that particular province, the disease profile would shift from one scenario to another. So in places where primary oral health care is in disarray, is inaccessible, sometimes it's even not there, that's when you will find even younger people now, a lot of them coming through with a lot of teeth that are already so advanced in terms of the dental caries that they would have, and that would be patients that would require mainly extraction of those teeth. And that's a very sad situation because you sometimes find that we have to deal more with what we call premature extraction of teeth in these young ones simply because of the neglect or basically the neglect of the oral health for young ones, I would assume by the parents or the caregivers. So that would be one problem. Another issue would be problems of oral pathology, where you would find patients would be walking around with oral diseases that they are not even aware of, simply because they are not causing pain. But you would find that sometimes they are disfiguring. You find the patient is walking around with a large tumor on the face or some form or other of the deformation of the face or growth that they're not comfortable with, but simply because it's not painful or they cannot access a proper care in terms of specialist care, then they come over to the train seeking help. And because this is now just a primary health care facility, we don't necessarily get to help them much except for the fact that we give them information and find a way to refer.
One of the student doctors at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, who is also participating in this project, also shared some of her experiences about her involvement in this project.
Okay, hello, my name is Bonen Loto, period 5 student from SMU. We are here at Pillow Paper Train 1 for community outreach, helping those who are seeking primary oral health care. Here we're dealing with scaling, primary health care scaling. We do scaling, we do extractions, and we do restorations as well. So this is quite an experience. Being here has taught me and has prepared me as to what to expect next year when we start with our ComServe. It's been a beautiful 2 weeks. We've been here for quite some days now. We left with 2 days, and it's been a beautiful experience. We get to make our own decisions, even though it's hectic. We see a couple of patients. We see a lot of patients. Actually, not a couple. We see up to 90 patients a day, so it's quite hectic, but we love it. It's been a beautiful experience.
This project, which is a mobile hospital which operates in train coaches, it is one of its kind. It is moved from province to province, providing highly specialized health care by doctors, with the help of students from various universities in the country, providing health care for those in need. The feedback that we received from some of the patients was overwhelming as they shared their experiences about the treatment they received.
Di-doctor le tsone mare di bereka mosebetsi o siameng, di re tshwere sentle, re le community re a leboga.
Ne le shapo after time ke jika ke tlamile ke tlo go tlhapa meno because of ntho tse ntse ke di utlwa ba re go botlhoko go tlhabe injection nthoyana tse di jwalo. But today ke na le different story to tell because this thing is painless. and no ebile o fiwa treatment eo ke beautiful sisters ba tshwana le bo sister ba ba ntse ba ntshwere so le wena wa bona ke bo sister ba ba shapo so nkare mo bone o batho ka kakaretso le ska tshaba next health ya gago important at the end of the day ke yone countdown.
This week at Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University, SMU, we visited Klasdorp in the Northwest Province where SMU students are currently involved in the project Tasnet Pillow Paper Train 1, which is currently operating to assist the community with healthcare needs. Upon arrival, we were welcomed by Dr. Mashapu, who had this to share.
The disease profile that we get with regards to oral health in most of the areas that we go to, it would inevitably be patients that would present with carious lesions. That would be a problem of rotten teeth, the oral cavity.
Gifts, Edwin? Okay. Welcome back, and I'm sure that you have enjoyed the comfort break that you had. And trust you me, between 12:30 and 2 o'clock, we will have some more comfort break where you can replenish yourself and have lunch, okay? This is the 5th annual IADR virtual conference that is hosted by SMU, and we are broadcasting live from Pretoria Fire and Ice Hotel. And we are about to give some gifts to the panelists that were joining us, and that is Mr. Makubalo, Professor Hendricks, and Professor Sherlock. Professor Hendricks, please do the honors.
Thank you. I'd like to present to Professor Sherlock. And by the way, I'm using a hand sanitizer developed by her and the team at Smu University. So thank you for the wonderful paper that you delivered, how you made us more knowledgeable about your discipline, and just to show how closely we are in terms of our disciplines, of course sharing the same building too. So thank you very much, and we look forward to your ongoing research, the database, data analytics that you mentioned. We're looking forward to work with you, and thank you very much. This is to you. Thank you very much. Now I go over to our friend, Mr. Makubalo. Thank you for your insight in curriculum development, taking it right to the grade R, right to higher education, and also for the way that you always encourage us in looking at the curriculum, making it relevant to what we do, how we do things, and how in the 4IR we've got to refashion ourselves and refresh ourselves how we think about curriculum. So we want to thank you for the wonderful paper you delivered, and we look forward to continued working with you as we continue this journey at Smu Iadr in the leadership that we're giving in a discipline. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere, Prof, because you're getting a gift as well.
Yeah.
This gift is to Prof. Hendricks, our Dean, and we want to thank him for giving us the support to host this one-of-a-kind virtual conference that's never been done before. Thank you, Prof. Hendricks, and let's hope this is the start of more great things to come for us.
Yeah.
Okay, you done?
And then when we talk, it will be on.
Thank you very
He will turn up the volume.
Okay, also they will know which is 1, which is 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's number 1.
Well, like I said, we are going to have a very exciting time just now. But before we have that exciting time, I'd like us to take a break. Remember, if you'd like to ask your questions, please do so via our WhatsApp number, or even give us comments on 064 656 0131. And please also continue visiting the website www.smu.ac.za/IARD/2020.
I bring you greetings on behalf of the IADR Central Office and the IADR Board, and wish you a very successful meeting. In this time of our IADR centennial year, we face unprecedented challenges in our world. It is a time to both reflect backward and to think forward. The IADR was founded with a bold vision of an international association of clinicians and scientists from diverse fields drawn together by their interest in dental research. The goal of the founding members of the IADR was that our global association would foster personal interactions and meetings that promote scientific interest in dental research, leading to new ideas and approaches to the many unsolved problems in dentistry. I invite you to look at the IADR Centennial website, which features an interactive timeline that spotlights one
I was doing the full edentulous upper and lower for a patient, and my reference was the registration that I got from a dentist. So I've put in all the teeth are 28, and then now I'm going to do a wax up, and then I'm going to polish it nicely so that it can be ready to.
The diagnosis that we come to will then help with producing the correct treatment for the patient, and will also determine what is the prognosis of the treatment. And thank you so much for watching.
So this shows the impressions made as you can see in a lab in the form of a study model. So it's very quick, as you can see, and we can view it in all aspects, like how we can do for a study model. You can see the buckle, the label, the fusel aspect, and also the
annual IADR virtual conference taking place in Pretoria and hosted by SMU. My name is Patricia Ntuli. We continue with the exciting part. I've been really looking forward to this. As I mentioned earlier when we started the program, that there are some students who have entered into a competition, a Colgate competition, and they're about to give us their presentations. So we are going to have the opportunity to hear their oral presentations and also to see what came up from the thought process of their presentations. Joining me on the panel is Dr. Madiba and Professor Bayat. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. And we are definitely going to remind you that you can send all your WhatsApps and messages, questions for the guests, questions for the competition finalists on 064 656 131. Without further ado, let's start with the first group who are going to be coming from the undergraduates. Straight after that, there'll be postgraduates as well who will be doing their presentations.
Oh, okay. So the first one is an undergraduate student. They are from the University of Western Cape. The title of their presentation is to assess the confidence and the competence of graduate and final year dental students. The authors are Ms. Talib and Ms. Valley. Good luck, candidates.
Well, we are aware that with 4IR, we are all still dabbling with it, right? So please do bear with us. We are still getting together all the presentations, and once we have them ready, because they are coming live to us, even with the Q&A session, they'll be coming live to us via Zoom, so we'll be able to interact with them. So let's just be patient, and in between now and then, we'll be just making sure that you are aware of the WhatsApp number, which is 064 656 0131. That's where you send your questions. Good luck to everyone.
Assessing the competence and confidence of graduates and dental students, a study done by Nabila Valley and Amaro Talib. This is Nabila Valley speaking, and I will be taking you through our presentation. Introduction. One of the main goals of completing an extensive oral health course is to be able to compile, integrate, and implement one's learning to the clinical practice and the working environment. Dental education is deemed successful when graduates feel confident in providing quality service and care to their patients. Dental graduates, however, struggle to adjust from being a student to their new role as a dentist. Thus, they require much preparation for this transition. Rationale. Our rationale was based on the opinion of dental graduates in the community service year who claimed they needed more clinical time in the undergraduate curriculum, as it would better prepare them for work outside. Our rationale was also to assess whether graduates were competent enough to manage during their community service year. Aim. Our aim was to evaluate whether graduates and final year dental students feel that the skills, knowledge, assessments, and clinical practice provided during their training equips them to provide good oral health care to the public. Methods. We performed a cross-sectional survey with final year students of 2019 as well as graduates of the previous 2 years, 2018 and 2017. The medium we used to conduct our surveys were via direct communication, which mainly apply to our final year students, or online platforms such as email, WhatsApp, and SurveyMonkey. Our questionnaire consisted of 41 item self-reported questions, which were according to the guidelines of the HPCSA, and the questions focused on clinical skills and applied knowledge to clinical situations. The participants were to rate the level of confidence and competence in performing clinical tasks on a numerical scale. The questions covered all dentistry disciplines, ranging from pediatric dentistry, radiology, maxillofacial surgery, and oral pathology. Methods continued. The questionnaire consisted of different sections. The first section was used to obtain generic or demographic information and questions about the prospect of graduating. In the next section, respondents were required to self-rate their clinical confidence using a 5-point Likert type scale. The scale ranged from 1 to 5, 1 being 1 on my own with confidence, 2 on my own with limited confidence, 3 on my own following advice, 4 with difficulty needing assistance, and 5 unable to undertake. If students, however, have not yet undertaken a procedure, there was an option for them as well. Results. There were a total of 50 graduates and 54 final year students that completed the questionnaire. Students felt more assured and confident with basic preventative procedures, and then with advanced dental procedures, the levels of confidence were very low. So procedures such as surgical extraction and pulpotomies had a very low rating of confidence. Procedures that final year students were unable to undertake included an orthodontic assessment, surgical extraction, and crown and bridge work. These results were in line with graduates' responses of their level of confidence related to procedures, but the percentages were slightly higher in all categories. Results. Now we will be analyzing our results that was recorded. Of the 70% of the undergraduates who responded, 77.8% of them were females. And then of the graduates' responses, 60% were female. Now we will be looking at the comparison between undergraduates and graduates with regards to the highest ranked procedures. As we can see that the 4 procedures are common amongst both graduates and undergraduates, and they received very high scores. They received a 1, which means that the students and graduates were able to perform these procedures with confidence. So as we can see, we have our oral hygiene instruction, which received 100% by graduates and 94.4% by your undergraduates. Then we have our fissure sealants, which received a 96% by your graduates and a 90.74% by your undergraduates. Then we have the scale and polish, which received a 96% by your graduates and a 84.91% by your undergraduates. Then we have our preventative resin restorations, which received an 84% with our graduates and an 83.3% by our undergraduates. Next, we will be looking at clinical procedures that undergraduates had the least confidence in. What we did was we took the procedures that had the highest amount of numbers in the unable to undertake column, and that came out as being your surgical extractions, your stainless steel crowns, bridge preparation, and vital tooth bleaching. Now, if we look at the surgical extractions column, we see that we have a 12.96%, which is actually equivalent to 7 students. So, only 7 students said that they were able to perform surgical extractions on their own with confidence. The same with stainless steel crowns. And then bridge preparation, we have 10 students, and vital bleaching, we have 11 students. In this table, we did the exact same thing that we did in our previous table. These are clinical procedures that graduates had the least confidence in. As we can see that the procedures vary very differently compared to our undergraduates. So for our graduates, we have orthodontic emergencies, stainless steel crowns, pulpotomies, as well as molar endodontics. So as we can see, something that most students are unable to undertake is your orthodontic emergencies, where there's only 8 students that are able to do it on their own with confidence. And then with stainless steel crowns, we only have 14 out of the 50 that's able to perform that. Same with molar endodontics, only 14 students that feel they're able to do it with confidence. And then pulpotomies, we have 17 students that is able to do it with confidence. For the next slide, we decided to choose a discipline and then take various procedures within this discipline and compare the confidence between the undergraduates and the graduates. So the discipline that we chose was prosthetics. So we have procedures such as your partial metal construction, partial acrylic construction, full denture construction, and then other denture related procedures, which will be your relines, duplications, fractures. So as we can see, for your partial metal construction, 57.78% of your graduates were confident, whereas your undergraduates, they were only 38.89%. Partial acrylic construction, we see that your graduates are much more confident with a 77.78%, and your undergraduates 61.11%. Then your full denture construction, 80% of your graduates are confident, and then only 53.7% of your undergraduates. Now we have our other denture related procedures. As we can see, this is also our lowest rated procedures. As we can see, for your graduates, we have 44.44%, and your other undergraduates, you have 25.93%. As we can see that our graduates, their confidence is always much higher than our undergraduates, and this could be due to the fact that they are receiving more experience when they are out during their community service year. Next, we'll be looking at procedures that required the most advice amongst graduates. So these are basically procedures that students were able to perform on their own, but they felt that they needed advice during the procedure as well as after the procedure. So for our graduates, the top 4 that came up was your pulpotomy, other removable denture-related procedures, your surgical extractions, as well as your orthodontic assessment. So as we can see, the orthodontic assessment is one that a lot of students felt that they needed advice after, as it is a 31.91%, followed by your surgical extractions at 25%. Once again, we are performing the same thing that we did in the previous slide. We can see also that there are some similarities between the two, and then also a bit of differences. So as we can see that these are the procedures that required the most advice amongst undergraduates. So they would either receive advice from their superior at their work or contact another dentist if need be. So what came out as being the highest procedure that required advice was a pulpotomy, followed by your stainless steel crowns, followed by your other removable denture-related procedures, and then followed by your orthodontic assessment. Our conclusion is that students are taught the necessary skills, but the confidence to perform is sometimes absent. But with our research being done, it is shown that there is an improvement post-graduation in the levels of confidence. It is also important to note that competence and confidence are very different. An individual may have the necessary skills, which is their competence, but because of context and their internal perception of their own ability, they may not have the self-belief in their ability to undertake particular tasks, which makes it more difficult for them.
Thank you very much, and good luck. It's time for us now to go to the first group of postgraduates who have submitted to the competition. And to introduce them, I'll ask Dr. Madiba to do so. Thank you, Doctor.
Good morning. I will introduce the first postgraduate presentation by Dr. Mufulo, and the title of the study is Pregnant Women's Knowledge and Attitudes about ECC. Thank you and good luck. Dr. Mufulo. Are going to introduce the second one, which is Dr. Nurain, and the title of the study is the effect of combination therapy of fluconazole and amphotericin B on Candida glabrata. Good luck. He's going to present after Dr. Mufulo. And the third presenter of the postgraduate will be Dr. Mulik. And the title of the study is Cardiogenic Potential of Natural Sugar Substitute, which are xylitol, erythritol, and stevia. Good luck.
Good day, colleagues. Good day, colleagues from across various academic institutions. Good day to the IDR committee members and to the judges of the IDR Colgate competition. I am Dr. Tsepiso Mfulo from the University of Pretoria. I will be sharing findings of my master's dissertation. My topic is Pregnant Women's Knowledge and Attitudes about Early Childhood Caries. Background. Early childhood caries, ECC, is one of the most common childhood conditions, and the prevalence is high globally, especially in developing countries like South Africa. ECC affects a child's general health, eating and sleeping patterns, learning ability, and quality of life, which can have a lifelong impact on oral health. ECC preventive strategies promoting good parenting practices related to dental health of the child are important at prenatal stages. However, limited information is available on South African pregnant women's knowledge and attitudes in relation to ECC and its prevention. The objective of the study was to determine the existing knowledge and attitudes of pregnant women about early childhood caries. Methods. This cross-sectional analytical study involved consenting pregnant women from randomly selected private and public antenatal health care facilities in Tshwane District, South Africa. A previously validated self-administered structured questionnaire was used to collect the data on socio-demographic, on knowledge, source of the knowledge, and attitudes to ECC. Oral epidemiological clinical examination was conducted to record the DMFT of the study participants using the modified WHO Oral Health Assessment Guidelines. Data analysis included mean and frequencies, chi-squared statistics, and independent students' t-tests was used to test for group differences. Results. Table 1 depicts the socio-demographic characteristics of the study participants. The response rate was 88.9%. The respondents' age ranged from 18 to 44 years, with the mean age of 31 years. The results. Table 2 shows the knowledge of pregnant women regarding the prevention and transmission of early childhood caries. Only 18.7% of the respondents had complete knowledge of the cause of dental caries. Over a half of those respondents, which was 55.5%, mentioned only one causative factor. 13.9% believed in the caries transmission from mother to child. Results continued. The reported age for any child's first dental visit ranged from 0 to 12 years of age. The mean was 2 years and 8 months. Only 26.3% of respondents received oral health education for their unborn child during the antenatal visits. The majority of pregnant women, 93.8% of them, expressed the desire to receive information during the antenatal visit. On Table 3, we can see the attitudes of pregnant women regarding early childhood caries. Satisfactory attitude of pregnant women about their own dental health was observed, but less than 50% knew frequently giving a child juice is not good for the teeth. Results are continued on the slides, with Table 4 showing the factors associated with DMFT and Table 5 showing the DMFT summary of the pregnant women by health sector attendants. The caries prevalence was very high at 64.3%, with mean DMFT of 2.97, and significantly higher DMFT was observed among those of lower socioeconomic status. Significantly higher DMFT was also associated with pregnant women who reported rotten teeth in their other children. Figure 1 reports on the last visit to a dental care provider. Only 19% of the participants had visited a dental care provider in the last 6 months. In conclusion, the pregnant woman's knowledge on ECC was incomplete and limited. Satisfactory attitude of pregnant women regarding their dental health was observed, but this did not translate to adequate oral health practices in terms of the dental visits and the DMFT. There is a need for integration of oral health education with maternal and child activities targeting pregnant women during antenatal visits and in postnatal clinics. My references. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation.
Good day, everyone. My name is Nada Nourain, a former postgraduate student at the University of the Western Cape. The title of my presentation is The Effect of Combination Therapy of Fluconazole and Amphotericin B on Candida glabrata, Growth, and CDR1 gene expression. Candida glabrata is an important pathogenic organism in the oral mucosa. It's increasingly developing resistance to azole antifungal agents. This resistance is primarily attributed to the upregulation of ATP-binding caspase transporter genes, mainly Candida glabrata CDR1 gene. The aim of this in vitro study was to determine the effect of fluconazole, amphotericin B, and both drugs combined on the growth and CDR1 gene expression of Candida glabrata. In this study, we used different media for the revival of Candida glabrata and also for the assessment of its growth when subjected to the different treatments. Also, several reagents were used to evaluate target gene expression. Time-kill method was adopted to assess Candida glabrata growth. The organism was revived in brain-heart infusion broth, adjusted to McFarland standard, and subjected to the treatments with serial dilution carried after 30 minutes, 2 hours, 4, 6, and 24 hours. Then the plates of each treatment arm at each time interval were incubated for 24 hours. Following incubation, the number of colonies were counted using colony counter to establish colony forming unit per mil. At 6 hours of incubation, Candida glabrata CDR1 gene expression was carried out and analyzed using real-time polymerase chain reaction, also known as RT-PCR. The results of the study revealed that the treatments were effective against Candida glabrata at all time intervals, with mean of growth lower than that of the control samples. Furthermore, the analysis demonstrates that the combination therapy had a significant effect on the growth of Candida glabrata, especially at 30 minutes and 6 hours contact time, with a mean growth of 3.3 colony forming unit per mil. However, at 24 hours, Candida glabrata treated with fluconazole and the combination therapy showed profuse growth with mean colony forming unit per mil of 5.4 and 5.2 respectively. Therefore, paired comparison analysis was conducted to compare between the effect of the treatments on the growth of Candida glabrata and also against the growth of the control samples at 24 hours contact time. The results showed statistically significant difference between the growth of Candida glabrata subjected to the treatments and the growth of the control samples. Moreover, the analysis showed that the effect of amphotericin B was statistically better when compared to that of fluconazole. To the best of my knowledge, this is the first study reporting on the effect of combined fluconazole and amphotericin B on Candida glabrata CDR1 gene expression. Analysis of the target gene expression revealed that the samples treated with the combination therapy showed earlier expression of the target gene than the samples treated with fluconazole only, with mean cycle threshold of 26.85. This graph further demonstrates the early expression of Candida glabrata CDR1 gene in the samples treated with the combination therapy, in which the expression started from approximately 20 cycles and continued to over 35 cycles. Moreover, the dot plot shows that the target gene was expressed in 100% of the samples treated with the combination therapy and 60% of the samples treated with fluconazole, while the samples treated with amphotericin B showed no expression of the target gene at all.
It sounds static.
In summary, the combination therapy significantly reduced colony-forming unit of Candida glabrata, especially at the first 6 hours. Thus, it can be considered a plausible candidate to control Candida glabrata growth. Furthermore, at 6 hours contact time, Candida glabrata CDR1 gene expression was evident in the samples treated with the combination therapy, suggesting the ability of these to adapt and develop resistance in such environment. Finally, the increase in the growth rate at 24 hours was attributed to the development of resistance detected at 6 hours contact time through the expression of Candida glabrata CDR1 gene. This elucidates the importance of monitoring the dose of fluconazole, whether used as a monotherapy or in combination therapy. Thank you.
Good luck. That's a very beautiful presentation. Let us permit Professor Bayata to introduce the next undergrad who's going to be giving us their presentation. Over to you, Professor Bayata.
Okay, so the next presentation is by Dr. Nadine Mulich. Her title is Karyogenic Potential of Natural Sugar Substitutes, Xylitol, Erythritol, and Stevias. Good luck, Dr. Mulich.
Judges, colleagues, and delegates, I am Nadine Mulich, presenting research on the karyogenic potential of natural sugar substitutes xylitol, erythritol, and stevia. Research has proven that Streptococcus mutans, S. mutans, in the presence of sucrose, is the most prevalent microorganism in the onset, presence, and development of dental decay. However, there is limited research regarding natural sugar substitutes, NSS, and their effect on the metabolism of microorganisms and the resulting oral pH levels. This study focused on the karyogenic potential of the NSS xylitol, erythritol, and stevia compared to sucrose as positive control. Ringer's lactate was used as negative control. This was done by determining and comparing the colony-forming units, CFU, of Streptococcus mutans and the acidity, pH, of the media in the presence of these NSS and sucrose at 4 different time intervals. 52 enamel blocks, size 2 mm by 2 mm, were used to create a surface for biofilm formation. These were prepared from sound buccal surfaces of primary molars by using a diamond wafering blade in an isomet low-speed saw. They were sterilized, randomly divided, and placed in 4 numbered 96 well plates, 1 for each time interval. The well plates contained peptone casein soy basal medium, PCSB, infused with the different NSS and controls respectively. The 5% sucrose solutions and equisweet sweetener solutions were made up by using a modified technique of Pfaffmann based on weight by volume preparations. The NSS and sucrose were precisely weighed, dissolved, and filtered and gradually added to the PCSB to the desired volume. Samples were inoculated at room temperature with a 1% McFarland Standard 1 solution of Streptococcus mutans standard strain. This was tested for purity. After 6, 12, 18, and 24 hours, Serial dilution and the spread plate technique adapted from Baumann were used to determine and compare CFUs. A calibrated Octron microelectrode pH meter was used to measure and compare the pH value of the different media at each time interval. All of this was done in triplicate. The data was statistically managed and analyzed using a two-way ANOVA analysis of variance with main factors treatment, which was xylitol, erythritol, stevia, and sucrose, and time, which was the 6, 12, 18, and 24-hour time intervals, inclusive of interaction between factors. The significance level was set at p less than 0.05. A pairwise comparison per time interval of the mean difference in CFU counts between treatments is depicted in Table 1, with a star superscript indicating statistically significant differences. The graph illustrates the comparison. The highest CFU count for sucrose at 12 hours may be attributed to sucrose, which serves as substrate for S mutants, enabling it to multiply and increase. The initial increase in CFU for xylitol may be due to S mutants recognizing xylitol as a form of nutrition, as explained in a study by Giselbach et al. Similar to sucrose, xylitol is transported into the microbial metabolism, but it is expelled from the microbial cell as xylitol again, thus not utilized as energy source by the bacterial cell. The lowest CFU count for stevia at 12 hours and a further drop in CFU count at later time intervals may be attributed to the exhaustion of carbohydrate bulking agents and the incapacity of S mutants to metabolize stevia with subsequent inhibition of growth. The highest CFU count for erythritol at 24 hours may be explained and supported by an in vivo study by de Kock et al., showing that the growth of S mutants is only inhibited distinctly during later growth phases in the presence of erythritol. A pairwise comparison per time interval of the mean difference in pH value between treatments is depicted in Table 2, with a star superscript indicating statistically significant differences. The graph clearly illustrates how the pH value for sucrose dropped below 5.5 and remained below the critical level throughout the experiment. This is of importance because when the pH value drops to lower than 5.5, the acidity leads to disintegration of the organic compound of the enamel and dentine with subsequent demineralization and cavity formation. All of the NSS tested in the current study caused an initial drop in pH, though none of the NSS that was tested produced a pH value lower than 5.5. The pH values for erythritol and stevia stabilized at 12 hours and was elevated after 18 hours. The results in the current study indicated that there is a direct correlation between the increase in CFU and the decrease in pH value for each treatment respectively. When the CFU stabilized or lowered, the pH stabilized or increased accordingly for all treatments. Thus, taking into account both CFU and pH measurements, the results indicated that xylitol, erythritol, and stevia showed less karyogenic potential than sucrose. Although caries formation by NSS cannot be completely excluded due to the drop in pH, the results are, however, still encouraging that NSS may be used as a sugar substitute. Thank you for your attention.
Good luck, and I think that was a presentation that really struck a chord inside of me because we've got huge sugar debate, and obviously we know what that does to our pearly whites. And I'd like to ask that Professor Bayat introduces the next guest.
Okay, so the next guest is our final speaker for the postgraduate session. It's Dr. V. Pika. The title of his presentation is Relationship Between Pericoronitis and Positioning of Impacted Mandibular Third Molar. Good luck.
Your sound was gone.
This is the last presentation for the postgraduate session. The author is Dr. Pika. The title of his presentation is The Relationship Between Pericoronitis and the Positioning of Impacted Mandibular Third Molars. Good luck.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My research presentation is on the relationship between pericoronitis and the positioning of impacted mandibular third molars. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My research presentation is on the relationship between pericoronitis and the positioning of impacted mandibular third molars. Nothing to declare. Nothing to declare. Third molars have a high rate of impaction. Furthermore, mandibular third molars present with a greater impaction prevalence compared to maxillary third molars. One of the clinical consequences of impacted third molars is pericoronitis. Pericoronitis is an inflammatory process that occurs within the soft tissue surrounding the crown of a partially erupted or impacted tooth. Episodes of pericoronitis may persist until a more definite treatment modality is carried out. This treatment option often includes the extraction of the partially erupted or impacted tooth. Third molars have a high rate of impaction. Furthermore, mandibular third molars present with a greater impaction prevalence compared to maxillary third molars. One of the clinical consequences of impacted third molars is pericoronitis. Pericoronitis is an inflammatory process that occurs within the soft tissue surrounding the crown of a partially erupted or impacted tooth. Episodes of pericoronitis may persist until a more definite treatment modality is carried out. This treatment option often includes the extraction of the partially erupted or impacted tooth. This table depicts the literature review of various studies carried out on pericoronitis and impacted mandibular third molars. The various studies show cross-sectional studies done and using the Pellin-Gregory and Winters classification. In this table, we can see that vertical angulations were most predominant in cases of pericoronitis. The most prevalent gender was shown to be female, and we can also see that similar age groups of prevalence was between the ages of 20 to 25. The rationale of this study was in order to obtain predictive criteria for pericoronitis. It was essential to investigate the various positional patterns of mandibular third molars that were most likely to create symptomatic environments. The aim of the study was to investigate the relationship between pericoronitis and the positioning of impacted mandibular third molars using clinical records and radiographs. The first objective was to identify the common pattern and position of mandibular third molar impactions. The second objective was to determine whether demographic factors are associated with pericoronitis. And our third objective was to determine the position and pattern of impacted mandibular third molars that are associated with pericoronitis. This study was carried out as a retrospective cross-sectional study based on clinical records and panoramic radiographs. The patients presented for oral surgical extraction of symptomatic impacted mandibular third molars diagnosed with pericoronitis. Our sample size was 201 patients. These patients presented at the maxillofacial and oral surgery at Wits Oral Health Center from January 2016 to June 2016. Our inclusion criteria included all patients aged 18 and above. Our exclusion criteria were no symptoms or signs of pericoronitis, third molars with other pathologies such as cysts and tumors, and also missing clinical records and radiographs. Data was captured using a designed questionnaire. The various fields of data collection included the age group, the gender, position according to Pell and Gregory classification, angulation according to Winter's classification, socioeconomic status, and affected sites. Moving on to statistical analysis, descriptive statistics of the trends were captured and presented in data tables and graphs. Our data was analyzed using statistical software. The bivariate logistic regression models as well as odds ratio were used to analyze data. The statistical significance level was set at p less than 0.05 and estimates were reported at 95% confidence intervals. This diagram explains the two classifications used in this study, that is, the Pell and Gregory classification and the Winters classification. Our results showed that pericoronitis was most common in females. When using the chi-square test, it showed that there was an association between pericoronitis and females. The age group showed that the age group 26 to 35 years was most prevalent with pericoronitis. However, there was no statistical association. The predominant mandibular third molar angulation using Winter's classification showed vertical as predominant, followed by mesoangular and then horizontal. The predominant position using Pell and Gregory classification showed the 1A as predominant, followed by 2B and thirdly 1B. The most common combination, that is, the Pell and Gregory and Winter's classification, together with the association of pericoronitis, showed that the 1A position with vertical angulation was most prevalent in a state of pericoronitis. The combination with pericoronitis showed to be statistically significant. When it came to gender and the positioning significance, females and the position 2A showed to be statistically significant. This also told us that males were less likely to have this classification by 67%. These graphs show the two classifications used and their association with pericoronitis. Clinicians should be cautious of high-risk pericoronitis patients presenting with unfavorable angulation and positions of mandibular third molars. It is therefore advisable for patients to consider some form of treatment modality. Treatment should always be individualized. Extractions should only be carried out according to scientific guidelines, that is, an extraction only after recurrent episodes of pericoronitis. In cases of non-surgical approach or non-extraction approach, regular clinical and radiographic follow-ups are to be maintained. Some of the limitations and recommendations include a larger sample size. Perhaps a prospective study could reduce the limitations of poor clinical record keeping. Clinical assessment should be carried out as an adjunct to radiographic assessment. Gingival and mucosal coverage surrounding an impacted tooth should also be considered, assessed, and classified. Development of a standardized record-keeping protocol regarding pericoronitis should be designed and implemented.
I'm the convener of the undergraduate competition. So I've got judges' questions regarding the undergraduate presentation, and I'm going to pose them to the presenters. I would just like to know, can the presenters hear me? Will they be able to answer?
What we are trying to do now is the technical team is getting hold of all the presenters via Zoom so that we can ask them the questions and they can hear and respond real time. That's what we are busy with right now. Okay, are the presenters ready? Are the presenters ready? We'd like to see them, please, on the screen so that the professor can ask the questions.
No.
Otherwise, we can start whoever is ready. We might even start with whoever is ready. Let's see. They will tell us. Yeah.
Must we say something? Should we say something?
No, they will communicate. Yeah. They are doing an advert.
Yes, we can.
Okay, we are the undergraduates and we are ready to present, answer questions.
All right. Good luck, and I'm sure you guys are quite excited. Okay. We're going to have the first set of questions coming from Professor Bayat.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Undergraduates, can you hear Professor Bayat?
It's a bit soft, but we can hear slightly.
Okay, I'll try and speak a lot louder. Is that better?
Okay, yes, that is better. Thank you.
Okay, so firstly I'd like to welcome you and thank you for entering the undergraduate competition. We understand that it was very difficult during this course of the year, but we appreciate your sacrifices and we are really glad that you entered this competition. So the first question, I've got a few questions from the judges, so I'm going to go through a few of them and then we could answer them in the, maybe I'll ask each one separately and then you answer and then we'll move on. So the first question from the judge was, the questionnaire that you used to measure the clinical confidence and competence, was it validated and has it been tested?
Yes, so the questionnaire was used in previous research in another university, and there was a paper written on it, so it was validated and it was used before.
Okay, so in future...
and also according to the HBCSA guidelines.
Okay, thank you. Then the next question is I see quite a few judges have raised the same concern. It regards the difference between confidence and competence. How did you go about actually separating these two? And perhaps you should be more clear in the aims and the objectives. That's the feedback I was getting from the judges. So could you just elaborate a little bit on those two concepts?
Okay, so we describe competence as having the skills and both theoretical and practical knowledge to actually perform tests and tasks, and that is associated with individuals' behavior when performing tasks. Whereas confidence was described as a belief in oneself and the clinical ability to succeed. So that has more to do with their attitude in the
Okay, thanks. And then the other question we had was your sample size. So what was your eventual sample size? And how many undergrads and how many students were there, or graduates?
Okay, so basically what we did was we interviewed the undergraduate class, which only 70% of them responded, so only 54 students responded. And then the graduates, we only got 50 responses from the graduate students of both the 2017 and the 2018 graduates. So it was basically on who was going to respond to our questionnaire at the end of the day. We had, like for the graduates, it was a bit difficult to get feedback from them back because we handed out the surveys and it was our responsibility to get it back from them, and some of them didn't respond, therefore we couldn't get the full 100% response from our graduates, and therefore only got the 70%.
Yeah, well, welcome to research. The response rate, especially amongst dentists, are the worst. If you're going to get even 50%, you must consider yourself very lucky. But then the follow-up question to that is it fair to combine the graduates who graduated after 1 year and after 2 years? Surely, over time, the confidence and the competence would have increased. Would it not be fair to separate them into second year and first year?
So that was one of our limitations, and we knew that we wanted to get an equal sample size from the graduates and the undergraduates, and we knew that we wouldn't get enough from just by doing one graduate year. Therefore, we just combined both of the years. But we know that is one of our limitations, and it's something that we will look for further if we want to extend our research of this topic, which we plan on doing. So what we want to do is we want to look at the graduate class of this year, 2020, and how their competence and confidence differ compared due to COVID and the limited clinical time that we had this year compared to previous years. So that is something that we are looking into and wanting to further our research.
Okay, that's all from the judges' side and our side as well. We've got a few comments which we will relate to you and your supervisor at a later date. But in terms of the questions from the judges, we're all done. We might get questions later on from the audience, and then we might call you back up to answer those questions, depending on the audience and whether they supply us with any question. But thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Don't go anywhere, undergraduates. We got an SMS from Dr. C. van Wyk, who's at the University of Pretoria, and he's also one of the judges for the undergraduate competition. And the question was posed to you saying, do you think that the time spent doing community service enhanced the graduates' skills, or that they lost confidence and competence in skills relating to the clinic where the service was conducted?
Okay, so with the graduates, so I think it will differ in various disciplines depending on what graduates are exposed to during their community service year. Chances are during your community service year, you're going to perform more extractions than anything, whereas your root canal therapy and dentures, you won't get much exposure to that. Therefore, I think the confidence is much higher in certain procedures than others in terms of graduates.
Also, partly why we did this study was we know that previously dentistry was a 5.5-year course, and so we wanted to see if an extra 6 months of just solely clinical work would benefit final year dental students as it was in the past. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, good luck and well done. Okay, there's also some comment from Professor Bayat. Go ahead.
I know you guys are budding researchers, but be careful to compare the old curriculum to the new curriculum and make assumptions, because you need to test the old curriculum's availability and credentials first. Just be very wary when you're answering questions and stating that you want to compare to when you don't have data on the initial curriculum.
All right, now let's move on to the postgraduates, and Dr. Madiba is going to be posing those questions that come from the judges. Good luck to the undergraduates, and welcome postgraduates. Can you guys hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can.
I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, excellent.
Dr. Madiba is going to pose some questions to you that come from the judges and the panelists. And if there are any questions from the audience, we'll also pose them to you later.
Thank you, Dr. Mufulo. I will start with you. Thank you for the lively presentation, which is on an important cohort, which is pregnant women. I've got 5 questions for you, and I'm going to give you 1 question and expect an answer from you. First question reads like this from the judges. There is a need for the oral health professionals to collaborate with other child health professionals to reduce the prevalence of ECC. That comes from your slide. And the question is, how did you draw this conclusion? Over to you, Dr. Mufulo.
Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the organizers of this prestigious event. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the findings of my study. I came to that conclusion because I based my findings on a previously done research in the Tshwane District Center, which also came to those conclusions that there is a reduced integration amongst oral health professionals and the maternal child-headed centers. So that is based on literature that was done in the same area, in the same place that I did my study in the Tshwane district area.
Thank you for the answer. The next question from the judges is, can you distinguish between the aim and objective of a study? Over to you, Dr. Mufulo.
Can you ask again?
Can you
Dr. Madiba?
distinguish between the aim and objective of a study?
Okay. The aim of my particular study was to assess the knowledge and the attitudes of pregnant women in relation to early childhood caries. And the objective is how I am going to do that research, and then I'm going to determine the existing level of knowledge that is already there amongst pregnant women regarding early childhood caries. I'm also going to determine the attitudes of the pregnant women regarding early childhood caries. In that, I have done a questionnaire, and then I also have a clinical oral examination form modified by the WHO oral health assessment form. So in those 2 ways that I am going to find the information, there are questions on the knowledge. And in terms of the knowledge, I will ask on the causes of early childhood caries. And then it also addresses the transmission, which is very important in early childhood caries, because my study sample is on pregnant women. So we know that Newton streptococci is very important and is an important factor in the transmission, vertical transmission of caries to the offspring. So that is how I am going to conduct my studies in terms of my objectives. And then in terms of the attitude, I sought to determine what do they think about this early childhood caries, what are their attitude towards it, and what do they know about early childhood caries in terms of their attitude, and what are they prepared to do. And in my study, I have seen that their attitudes are satisfactory, as you can see in my conclusion. However, that does not translate to the oral health practices, and as we see that dental visits and DMFT.
Thank you. Another question is, data was collected from both state clinics and private clinics. What was the rationale for this? Over to you.
Data was obtained from the private and also from the public sector, basically because that early childhood caries has various risk factors. So it has biological risk factors, and it also has social risk factors. So in the social risk factor, one of the things that I will highlight there is the different socio-economic status. So that was why I chose the public and the private, because I wanted to assess what is the difference between these two sectors, because it has been shown that the social risk factor is a risk factor to obtaining early childhood caries.
I'm going to ask you the last question. Do you think the integration of oral health education should be done according to socio-economic status?
Can you ask me again, Dr. Madiba? I did not get that.
Do you think the integration of oral health education should be done according to socio-economic status? Over to you.
I think the integration of the maternal health sector should be done everywhere. I think there's a need in private, and there's also a need in the public health sector. So I think it needs to be done across, especially when we can see in my study that the prevalence of caries in my study group was quite high. And so I feel that it must be done in both sectors, in the public and the private, to reduce the prevalence of ECC in children.
Thank you. Professor Bayat has one question for you.
Hi, Dr. Mufolo. I would just want to know, in terms of the DMFT, was there any calibration done?
Yes, Prof. There was calibration done, and in the beginning, I was calibrated against an experienced clinician in the epidemiological surveys, and then I went through a lot of sessions in terms to get the level of agreement with this examiner, and then we determined that was determined using the Kappa statistics. So the inter-examiner Kappa score, my inter-examiner Kappa score was determined at 0.6, and then I was the only examiner to limit the problem of inter-examiner variation.
Okay, thanks. And my last comment is just a comment. Your title is a bit misleading because your sample size is only Pretoria, so perhaps your title should be limited to Gauteng or to the Pretoria region and not as broad-based as it is. But other than that, thank you for your presentation. It was really well done, and it provided a lot of valuable information to us as epidemiologists. So we're very happy for your study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I was just limited by the number of words I had to put into my title, but thank you, Prof. It's still in the manuscript. Thank you.
Good luck, Dr. Mufolo. We just want to find out whether there are any questions on the SMS line.
I'll let you know if there are any questions. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mufolo. Good luck. The next set of questions will go to Dr. Nurain. Are you there, Dr. Nurain?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clearly, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nurain, for your excellent study, the effect of combination therapy of fluconazole and amphotericin B on Candida glabrata. Well presented.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions from the judges. And question number one, please comment on the concentration of fluconazole and amphotericin B used in the study. How would you use of other concentration level influence the efficacy of this combination of drugs? Did you get the question? Over to you, Dr. Nurain?
Yes, I got the first part. Can you please repeat the second part?
I'm going to. How would use of other concentration levels influence the efficacy of this combination of drugs?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Madiba. The concentration that I used for fluconazole was 16 microgram per ml. And for amphotericin B was 0.125 microgram per ml. which is according to CLSI recommendation. Regarding the concentration, how will it influence the combination therapy? Actually, we used the concentration that we looked at it as the best concentration that would give us effect of fluconazole without affecting on the resistance of Candida glabrata. And also amphotericin B, we know that the concentration of amphotericin B, if it's too high, it will cause a side effect for the patient. So that's why we took the minimum concentration for amphotericin B. So that's how we selected these two concentrations.
Thank you, Dr. Nurain, for the answer. The next question is an expansion on the principles. One judge wants you to expand on the principles, and one principle is, what is the rationale for RNA extraction to test gene expression? I will ask you the second principle later. But what is the rationale for RNA extraction to test gene expression? Over to you.
Okay. The rationale for extracting this specific gene, which is CDR1 gene, it's because the most recorded resistant gene in Candida glabrata. That is why we chose this gene to be expressed for this Candida.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you another principle. RT-PCR was used to determine the relative levels of CG-CDR1 transcripts in the samples, with ACT1 used as a reference housekeeping gene. And the question is, why did you do that?
Well, we found that in other studies, this was the most used reference gene, and the most one recommended for use with Candida glabrata. That's why we selected this reference gene specifically.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the last but one question. What could be the main reason behind the colonization of C. glabrata in patients receiving radiation therapy for the head and neck CA?
Well, as we know, Candida glabrata is a normal commensal in the oral cavity. So it's already there, whether you are in health or whether you are immunocompromised. So their presence in patients receiving radiation therapy is because the immune system is lowered. That is why the organism turns from becoming normal commensal into pathogenic organism. So it takes advantage of the environment.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a comment from one judge, and the question that came from the comment. You do not mention details of the combination therapy. Can you elaborate, and what is the clinical significance thereof? Over to you, Dr. Nurain.
Okay, the combination is fluconazole with amphotericin B. So this is the combination therapy. Their clinical relevance is because nowadays fluconazole is resistant by Candida glabrata. So its use is reduced because once you give the patient fluconazole, they do not respond, they do not get better. So you have to look for other alternatives, other medications. And as we know, researchers are now working to avoid antibiotic resistance. So I thought of combining fluconazole and amphotericin B to see whether we can avoid this resistance. And also many other studies have been tried to do other combinations to avoid this resistance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nurain, for the answers, and good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next set of questions will go to Dr. Mulik, Nadine Mulek. Are you there, Dr. Mulek?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Madiba. I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you for your lively presentation that drew a lot of interest. Cryogenic potential of natural sugar substitute being xylitol, erythritol, and stevia, which many of the people are using, as a substitute. I have few questions for you. Number one, what are some of the known limitations of focusing on CFUs for microbial enumeration and detection? How did you address this? Over to you.
Dr. Madiba, could you please repeat the question? I couldn't hear you properly.
What are some of the known limitations of focusing on CFUs for microbial enumeration and detection? Question number one. And how did you address this?
Low limitations of the CFU counts. Sorry, the audio is very bad. The limitations, if I may expand on that, the way that the procedure was done, the CFU counts, I have done serial dilution, and the serial dilution and spread plate technique was done in triplicate to avoid bias, and I managed to create or prepare at least 960 plates, of which the most countable range was chosen and counted, and log values were estimated, or not estimated, were established, and that was then transferred to the statistician. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Thank you, it does. I'm going to ask you the next question. Concerning natural sugar substitute, in your reading, have you come across any negative effects of this natural sugar substitute? Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Madiba. There are some in the literature that was mentioned, specifically xylitol. That is a dose-dependent effect. It's called borborygmus, and diarrhea sometimes if it is used in excessive amounts, but it is dose tolerant. So if the patients were to use this in the diet, they usually introduce it at very low concentrations and then gradually increase that. Concerning erythritol, no systemic negative effects were noted. As erythritol is ingested, it is absorbed and also again then excreted via the feces and the urine unchanged. And also stevia, all three, xylitol, erythritol, and stevia, were approved by the FDA and were tested for toxicity and safety, and they've been used, xylitol since the 1960s, erythritol only recently since 1993, and stevia also since the 1970s with safety.
Thank you. Your answer on this question is comforting. I'm going to ask you a last question. We know that saliva plays a vital role in preventing the development of dental caries. And the question is, how did you draw up your conclusion without the buffering effect of saliva being part of your study?
Yes, that was a limitation of the study, as the study was done in vitro, and in vivo, yes, there are things that will affect as the salivary flow. The main thing that I was looking at here was the bacterial growth in terms of the coliforming units, and also the pH, or the acidity, formed in the presence of these natural sugar substitutes. So in an in vivo study, it will maybe give us a better idea of how they will present. But as this is an in vitro study, we were looking, or I was definitely looking at the CFU and the pH, or the acidity.
Thank you for your answer. I'm going to hand over to Professor Bayat, who has a question for you. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Muller.
Hello.
Thanks for your presentation. I just wanted to ask you, from a public health point of view, there is so much of evidence that is shown that sugar is so damning and is so unhealthy. Why do you think there is still such a low uptake of these sugar substitutes? I know it's not related directly to your study, but I just like to know from the literature that you have read, why is there still such a slow uptake?
From the public?
Yes, please, from the public.
Yes. Well, first of all, it is expensive. So erythritol, xylitol, stevia, and all of the natural sugar substitutes are more expensive than sucrose. So the objective would be to find a less carcinogenic alternative, and in a long term, or on the long term, introduce this to things, for example, like a feeding scheme in the public health, where it could be used, or to recommend it to pharmaceutical companies where they have sweetened medications to rather substitute the sucrose with these less carcinogenic alternatives. So even though it is expensive on the long run, also, if you were to consider the burden on the public health system, children having to take time off from school and parents having to take time off from work, it would be a long-term investment to consider investing in the more expensive sugar substitutes than sucrose itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mulek, and good luck.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madiba.
The next set of questions will go to our last speaker, competitor, Dr. Vishal Bika. Are you there, Dr. Bika?
Thank you, Dr. Madiba. Am I audible?
You are indeed audible, and thank you for this lively presentation on this good topic, the relationship between pericoronitis and the positioning of impacted mandibular third molars. I'm going to ask you a few questions.
Thank you.
What sampling process did you use to select the clinical records, and how did you avoid bias in the selection of these records?
So basically, when one engages in a study or upon a research, we always look at the literature that is being done already. And it's the literature that guides one towards the right direction. And I would say that based on the literature that was out there, we took those fields and we basically used those fields and we added one or two more that would actually make the study slightly different. So that's why I'd say it was the literature out there already that guided us into this direction of choosing those various data fields. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. You mentioned that you collected data on socio-demographic status, but it is not reported. Was there any relationship?
Thank you. Just with regards to the limitations of, presenting and putting a research into a very limited, construct, it was very difficult to mention every little detail. But yes, we did look at the socioeconomic status, and that was probably one different aspect that we had in our study. But there was not a lot of literature based on that to compare our findings. And we can see in certain aspects of the socioeconomic status that there were some associations, but bulk of those associations were not statistically significant. That's why we did not mention much on the socioeconomic levels that we looked at. Thank you.
Thank you for that. There's a higher incidence in female patients according to the results of your study. And the question is, apart from anecdotal evidence that these females present sooner for management, can you propose any other reason for this? Any findings in the literature? Over to you.
So yes, as we mentioned that, look, it was anecdotal, but also we find that generally females are the ones that tend to to go to clinics earlier than males. I'm not basing this on scientific evidence, but that was one of the reasons that we gave in our research, that females tend to look after themselves better than what males do, and they present earlier in cases of disease to clinics or institutions. Another reason that I can give you is that many times there's early extraction of your sixes. If one works in a public institution, they will see that many times people present with early extraction of sixes, and this can cause maybe space issues or defects with regard to space, etc. So I think that is also another reason. And there are some theories that some people or some literatures propose that, you know, the difference in growth of the jaws of males versus females. I've not added that into my literature because I didn't find significance of adding that. But these are some of the areas where people do concentrate. That is, as I'm saying, that, you know, the early extraction or the loss of certain teeth, which causes space issues, the anecdotal evidence, and then where females visit the institutions earlier than males. Thank you.
Dr. Bika, I'm sure you will be happy to hear that I'm going to ask you a last question. The quality of radiographs used is very important. Were the panoramic radiographs used in your study conventional or digital? Over to you.
Thank you. So these radiographs were radiographs taken at an academic institution. So the academic institution did have digital facilities. It was taken with digital means or digital technology. These radiographs were then printed and placed in the patient files, and that's the radiographs that we assessed.
Dr. Bika, Professor Bayat has a question for you, fortunately for you. Over to Professor Bayat.
Hi, Dr. Bika. Thank you for your presentation. Hi. I just wanted clarity on the first question that Dr. Madiba posed. I don't think I got a clear answer. So your sample size, how did you select your sample size? I think that was the question that we wanted to know.
Okay, so with regard to the sample size, we looked at, so if I just go one step back, so our inclusion criteria was patients that presented to the MaxVac department for a surgical extraction or having an issue with their third molars. And then also we looked at, it was patients that had pericoronitis already. So we looked at all those patients that could have had pericoronitis or presented with these conditions over a period of time that presented to the clinic. We then took, and you know that every month you get slight differences in the number that present to the clinic. I then took this number to the statistician and they plugged it into the software, and that's when they came up with this value of 201 patients. So it wasn't just that we decided on a random number and then look at those patients. So we looked at we ran through a lot of files, took that number of the patients that presented during those months, and then we took that data to the statistician. They plugged it into their software, and that is the sample size that we got.
Okay, so in other words, it was a simple random size calculation, am I correct?
Yes.
So could that not also have impacted on your distribution of gender, male and female? Because although random, you might get a preference of more female, then that might skew your results.
Look, that could be going forward, that could be a factor. But if we look at our distribution of the male and female, it looked like it was pretty close, evenly matched. Because if we look at our female numbers, they presented at 53%, of the total. And if we look at the males, it was at 47%. So I think there's not that much of discrepancy between the two. So that's just the findings from our study. But I think going forward, we can definitely look at a larger sample size, and I think that was recommended, that we can look at a larger population, and maybe even we could look at doing a prospective study in this regard.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck to you. Thank you.
Well, good luck to the undergraduates and to the postgraduates. We are going to go to a video right now, and then after that we will be taking a break. If you'd like to send your comments or your questions, please use the WhatsApp number 064 656 0131. And remember to look at those posters that have been posted for the competition. We are still going to continue with this exciting part of the program. Go to our website, which is www.smu.ac.za/IADR/2020. Note that our lunch break is going to be for 30 minutes, but before the lunch break, let's go to the videos.
I bring you greetings on behalf of the IDR Central Office and the IDR Board, and wish you a very successful meeting. In this time of our IADR centennial year, we face unprecedented challenges in our world. It is a time to both reflect backward and to think forward. The IDR was founded with a bold vision of an international association of clinicians and scientists from diverse fields drawn together by their interest in dental research. The goal of the founding members of the IDR was that our global association would foster personal interactions and meetings that promote scientific interest in dental research, leading to new ideas and approaches to the many unsolved problems in dentistry. I invite you to look at the IDR Centennial website, which features an interactive timeline that spotlights 100 years of clinical advancements and groundbreaking contributions of scientists that have shaped modern dentistry around the world. We have grown from a small group who numbered 153 members in 1928 to currently over 10,000 members worldwide. Our structure includes 5 regions: the African Middle East region, the Asian Pacific region, the Latin American region, and the Pan-European region. Our members connect with each other through global interactions between our 32 scientific groups and networks. These scientific groups and networks represent all aspects of oral, dental, and craniofacial research and offer us unprecedented opportunities to connect in new ways to advance our research. Together, we work to fulfill our mission to drive dental, oral, and craniofacial research for health and well-being worldwide. This mission is framed by our vision of oral health for the world through discovery and dissemination, and our core values of scientific excellence, social responsibility, scientific community are the basis of what we do and how we work with each other. We have all been challenged by the global COVID-19 pandemic in ways that we would never have imagined a year ago at this time. However, in these challenging times, we are learning and evolving new opportunities to connect with and learn from each other. We are finding that we can use technology to maintain and even increase our communications among our members, our scientific groups, sections, divisions, and regions. One of these new opportunities is our IDR community online. Please visit this community and participate with your fellow scientists. We must continually strive to make our science understood and to share the importance of our science to both scientists and non-scientists also outside our association. With these opportunities for an ever more rapid flow of information, the personal interactions that occur in attending IDR meetings are important. It is through personal interactions at the annual meetings that I have developed some of my most meaningful and important research collaborations and have had great fun and adventure along the way. The 99th General Session of the IDR will be held in Boston, Massachusetts from July 21 to July 24th, 2021. The 2021 IADR, AADR, CADR General Session will be a hybrid meeting, offering both virtual components and in-person events. This means that anyone can attend, so submit your research for November 16, 2020, which is the deadline for session proposals, and March 1st, 2021, which is the deadline for abstract submissions. As we continue to look forward into the future with ever-increasing cross-disciplinary collaborations, technological advances, and ever more rapid flow of information, we can also look back and reflect on the words of founding member William J. Guise, spoken a decade after the founding of the IDR. He challenged the members, the IDR members, to promote the discovery of truth and the dissemination of new knowledge to the end that irrespective of beliefs, opinions, policies, or traditions, oral health service in all its aspects may be given its greatest possible usefulness for the whole of humanity. As we begin this new century of the IDR, let us embrace our challenges. Let us take the opportunities that they present to use our science and our connections to advance oral health worldwide for the good of all of our global community. I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you.
This centenary celebration of the 50th IADR is going to be a success. As we have seen, the first session has already been very informative. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll be back at 2:30. And when we come back, we'll be back at 2. Oh, it's 1:30 now. All right. We'll be back at 2. Thank you very much. They said there was no